5.
Means we're live. Welcome back. It is the Foozca channel. We are playing the Legacy campaign tonight. And it's going to be a long time after tonight when we play it again. But anywho, we're coming back. Some of us are sleepy. All of us are cranky. It's been a long week. I'm very excited. So yeah, here we go. Joe, man, you got some shit to get off your chest. You're on a good roll right now. You know what I'm saying? You're fresh out the bed. You're ready to go. Take it away, my man.
Well, I'm Joe, and most of the things that we're running hot about that have to be said later and not in a place where spoilers are still fresh for Baldur's Gate 3, but we're going to talk about them because but other than that, I napped for the first time in quite literally years, and waking up after a nap is odd. I looked at my watch to determine the time for years, and I don't know. This is what's happening right now. Enjoy it. I'm playing Darren, and he's a half-elf rogue artificer guy, and he's the only civilized person for miles around. And he's doing his best to make some bad choices work, because you work with the tools you have. And his tools are not the tools for this job, and not always like kept like sharp and well maintained, but they're good tools, and he's gonna MacGyver them for this job. I'm rambling now. Other places on the internet that I exist. Dispel Logic is on Sundays at 8 p.m. real people time, and we play Dungeons and Dragons. We're on our way to go set up a new city and inhabit it. So there's like a long trek with civilians through wilderness. So it's gonna be safe and nothing will happen. That's me, and I'm gonna stop talking so that Flanny can talk.
Hello, I'm Flandy, and I'm trying to coerce my DM into letting me play Fat Amandius because he's awesome. And he did bring him to this map, although he refuses to admit that he really wants me to play him. So instead, I will be playing Rollum, which is this guy over here. He's not currently equipping the Whoop Loop staff, but there it is in all its glory. He gave Foozca a wonderful time to animate and arty. I almost said artifice. That's not the right word. But yeah, she did that. She did all the most. I know she did all these works, even the Nubs one because Nubs and Dubs are very similar, and I can do that too. And I'm following Joe's energy and just rambling now. So Kit, take it away.
Hello, call me Kit. I am known as Kibbled and Bit. I am known as Kitendo, Kittens, all that good shit. I play this guy right here. His name is Quinn. He is a Paladino who is fond of spiders and is terrified of his priestess. Anyway, yeah. I don't know what else to say about him. Last time he asked for help and he said he was promised help. We'll see how it goes. I'm doing the opposite. I'm not rambling. Foos, por favor.
Hello, I'm Foos. Thank you for the lurk, Twisted. I don't know if you're listening actually, because I see that it has the X on the audio thing, but thank you anyway. But hello, I'm Foos. I'm playing Revia. She is a Tiefling Ranger Barbarian, leaning into the Barbarian side real heavy lately, but it's a good time. We're planning things, and hopefully make big moves against Big Boy Dragoth, and that will be exciting. Yeah. That's me. And I will pass it off to Maya Papaya.
Hello, I'm Maya. I play the Changeling Druid Euphemi, who's behind me, being a Changeling Druid. Yeah, you can catch me here every weekend. And my brain is filled with everything that happened today, so I'm gonna go ahead and pass it back to the nurse.
It's me again. Yep. She's a druid, but we're gonna start with brain drained Maya, because maybe don't.
Yeah, don't start with me.
Okay.
Do it anyway.
I feel like you're only gonna melt more over time.
Do it anyway. You don't have to take this. You're the DM.
All right.
Food's over here like she ice cream.
I'm trying to do the math. I'm like, it's diminishing returns gonna kick in at a certain. There's a delta here, and I don't know where it is, where this turns. Yeah, no, you're good. All right, so we will not do that. You guys are all taking a long rest. So while that's all happening, I'm pretty sure I cleared everything before, but just to... Oh, I didn't do the recap. My bad.
I was going to say.
Recap. Real quick. It's kind of the tail end. We're getting to. I've been saying it for years, but I think it actually is. Food's shaking her head. Nobody likes you. Here's the deal. Essentially, Dragoff, the big bad, is in the process of trying to steal the weave from Faerun to bring it back over to his native Athos. This is a plan, as they've kind of discovered, hundreds of years in the making, and they've done a really good job of thwarting many elements of it and taking out some key players. But unfortunately, it's still in play. It's such a layered situation where it's like you just keep pulling stuff and there's still more underneath it. They did strike a major blow against him by killing 4 of his, what he considers, sons, which also kind of anchored his spirit, which makes him vulnerable for the first time in a while. And in retaliation, he enacted some of his magic dampening abilities and attacked Waterdeep outright and caused a tremendous amount of damage, which the heroes were able to help curtail and rally some of the folks and stabilize some of the areas, and then eventually dragging him out away from the city, luring him and fighting him to a point where he had to go engage with something else and abandon his attack on the city. They had a meeting previously arranged with the Druids to find out what some of their solutions were to this kind of world altering, not ending, but definitely altering threat. They had some options for them. They chose the one I believe that is a kind of spore that dampens or nullifies psionics, and there was a plan in terms of getting that created, and then delivery was going to be the other, I think, element of the plan that they still have to hash out. There was an issue with the paladin. I don't want to get too far into it, but he had a little personal quest with the warlock, and they dealt with some things in their lives, perhaps not completely, but that also occurred. And we are back in the Druid Grove at the end of their meeting, but they were essentially told that you were safe here and able to rest, as the next couple of days are going to be very important to Faerun and themselves. So we're back. That all being said, was there anything other that you guys wanted to engage in or set in motion or anything like that? I know some of you, we did that a large part of it yesterday, but is there anything remaining that you wanted to put out in the world before you long rested? That was the time.
I like that you said yesterday.
He meant in game.
It wasn't even in game. We haven't taken the long rest yet.
We're in the process. Hear what the man meant, not what the man said.
I know. I was just wanting to give a shit because I'm a little sincere and I can't get rid of that.
No, you're right. Language is important, and you said it wrong there.
I did. I will be sure to correct his next error.
Please do.
She's waiting for it. I'm just looking over my sheet and stalling by standing for and then against you, because I was like, shit, was there anything else I could do in this time and place?
Dark.
Kind of nah.
That's my notes for the entire episode.
Sounds about right. I think I did have a question, but it's kind of some goofy shit. Hold on one sec. Pardon me. I don't think so, because they were mostly doing a lot of, like, especially for the team that wasn't in the, like, Mindscape stuff that was going on, because we were able to, like, sit out there and do whatever we wanted to do, which for Revia, not a lot of options at the moment just because of where they are. So I think Revia is pretty much good.
Okay.
I guess just as part of the long rest, I can, now that we're out of a sphere of magic, just put my owl back together.
Okay, yeah, 100%.
Who knows if I'll need him, but
I will say you get some strange looks from the Druids as you begin to assemble a mechanical owl in front of them, but nothing to the point where it's, a point of conversation. It's just those that have eyebrows, you got a couple raised, and
they should love owls.
Yeah, the Myconid does not have eyebrows set.
Yeah, I've got a mechanical owl. They don't have paper. I'm not the weird one.
But he did steal some from Rome, so there's that.
He wasn't.
Yeah, well said. Currently, at least.
Oh god, you're packed.
I'm just now remembering I used a boulet to sharpen the crease of a letter, and that's the sharpest crease anyone ever creased, and I ain't mad at it.
No,
That crease can be weaponized.
seriously.
After I told him to go spy on you, and then you were like, "Can he read?" Absolutely not.
No, absolutely. Quinn,
He's just. Okay,
Si, senor.
what are you doing? Is there anything you'd like to do?
I think, like, after he had his conversation with his priestess, he would go back to Roland to be very excited. Roland. I believe I've managed to secure some reinforcements.
What?
I had a word with my lady. She says that she'll send some reinforcements. I just need to call for them, and they'll be ready.
Wasn't I there for that?
No,
Just a complete shutdown.
no, you will not.
I thought, wasn't that in the little dream realm thing before?
No,
I did or whatever?
He prayed to her afterwards.
Oh, I thought that was a retcon. Okay, gotcha.
No.
I didn't realize that was oh, hey, by the way.
Roland is the dampener. It seems. Oh, you achieved something nice. What's the matter?
So yeah, you have that message, Roland. Anything else? So you guys are briefly talking tactics, I guess. I think we're out of options,
Well,
Maya. I've delayed as much as I think I
got
could.
you. I got you. I got you. Roland will continue the conversation. Like, oh, well, that's awesome.
That was a very willful continue. All right, what you got?
It was very natural and not forced at all.
That's how all of my conversations happen.
He'll ask if you're sure that you want to bring your companions into this fight.
She offered me her help. I'll take it. They'll listen to her. So they might not have a dog in this fight, but they'll listen to her and they'll help.
Okay. Speaking of help, I need to go talk to Henry. I haven't had the time to talk to him in a minute.
Okay. All right. So, give me a D100 roll to see if you can commune with him.
This is bullshit, Dennis.
Because he's a god, he goes by those rules where the lower is the better, right? Something like
that? Yes, Henry is a god of riddles and being small. So,
I was about to say, is he Ben? Like, he's small. Okay, no.
He's a god of riddles and being small.
Pro tip, if you haven't been doing this, if he's a god of riddles, just start speaking riddles, but not the answers. He'll be compelled to show up after like 5.
I will say, give me advantage, because a huge point of your class is to have him.
I was actually following the
one of those Elden Ring life bars over Henry's head. God of
The
riddles.
epic music.
God.
Stretches all the way across the screen.
Henry, the god of riddles and being small.
All right, you said D100 at advantage.
Yes, please, and lower the better,
All right.
because he's a god.
Should it be disadvantaged then?
You know what I mean. Just take the vote.
Yeah, there's that 35.
All right, fucking 92. Yes.
That's the highest I ever rolled on a D100 in quite some time.
You do make contact. It seems weak, and to your when he responds, it's kind of like a weak, like a hello, like not his normal energetic self. But you do make contact.
Hey, buddy. You okay?
No, but Cardoon said I'll get better. I just have to stay in this bubble.
Cardoon put you in the bubble?
I think so.
Where are you? And he'll try to warg through. I don't think he can right now, but he'll try.
With the connection, I'll let you. That's fine. You are sent through this kind of tunnel of multicolored light, and you see things from a lower perspective. But you find yourself like surrounded by trees, kind of flits of little flying creatures in the background, which you would immediately recognize because you've been there as some form of fairy or sprite, perhaps. The colors are wild, like psychedelic level, like poster, super bright pinks, bright greens. The darks are really dark. Everything just kind of jumps out at you. But it also seems somewhat finite. You look at the horizon above kind of this canopy here, and you can see the curvature. Give me an Arcana check, and I'll see what you can deduce from this.
It's obviously in HD.
Yeah, HDR is on. With that, it's a pocket dimension, is what you're putting together, but it also seems to be very much Fae themed.
Now, when you say he's in a bubble, is like the pocket dimension the bubble, or is he in a bubble in the pocket dimension?
If you look like long enough and let the light reflect in certain ways, you realize there is like a small bubble around him, like he's in a globe of some kind. Get the fuck out of here.
Bubble dimension. All right.
I don't know if who's did, but she has to get the fuck out of here. So.
It's Kit. I blame Foos back.
I know. I didn't. I was like, that's fine.
Who's the third? Oh, I'm sorry.
But she's my little
plenty
sister,
of
so I'm
times
not
where I
gonna.
do get away with things. So like, anytime I get blamed when I didn't deserve it, I'm like, put it on my tab. It's deserved at this point. It's fine.
And I wasn't gonna apologize to you anyway. But anyway, yes, it's a
amazing. Roll was just kind of like, did he tell you how long, or do you feel like you're getting better?
He kind of brings about one of its wings, and you see probably 30% of the scales have been either burned off or damaged off. There's significant. The fact that he's still alive seems like, and you would know this, he's not a terribly tough creature. So this was probably intentional and meticulous levels of damage to him.
Excuse me while I try to see if I can't find a spell to cast to help him out a little bit. But I don't think I have any magic left to send through. Everything's fine. Nope. Can't do any of that. Nope. Okay.
Roll him aged 60 years. See if he's ready.
And
Actually, he'll cast the mage hand through Henry, and have the mage hand kind of like pet him and give him little massages and stuff like that.
That kind of nonsense.
Oh god. Yeah.
Well, he can't be there to give him a hug. That's his little buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the gesture is nonsense. I'm saying the magic nonsense of working at him. I'm done. That's fine. Go ahead. Carry on.
That's Pact of the Beast. Or whatever it is.
It's not Pact of the Beast, but carry on.
That's why I'm
Back to the
tagging
chain.
out. You
There
carry
you go. I heard what you meant.
I was close.
Your mage hand comes out. It's a little awkward. Everything here is a little awkward. Some slight delay, as if there's input lag. As a fellow gamer, you would absolutely know what that is. But that's essentially what you're feeling. But Henry's a little the magic comes out. The hand starts petting him. He's, whoa, okay. And there's a little bit of wincing as you do it, because poor guy's been shredded.
He'll adjust his problem as appropriate.
Are you okay?
Which you?
Roland, are you okay? You've been without my incredible wit for quite some time, and I'm worried that.
Oh, it's been tough. There's a lot of people who really wanted to hear some not puns, because that's Blandy, fucking riddles, and they're just I don't remember them quite like you do.
I got some new ones. I think you know.
Okay, all right.
Pixies are really good at riddles. We've
Where?
been going back and forth. It's amazing.
Where's my paper?
I didn't take your paper.
Nobody got any paper?
But that Dragoff was really mad at you. Wanted to know a lot of things.
What happened? Tell me about that. This is the first time I've got to pause since we got back.
He cast a spell on me, and I couldn't do much. And he was in my head. I was asking a lot of questions, like where were you? What were you doing? Why aren't
How many
you
riddles did you ask him?
I got, I think, 2 out before he silenced me.
Attaboy.
He's not happy.
Yeah, he's definitely not. We took out his firstborn.
Killed his child?
That's so bad.
I don't. Of course, he's mad at you. Why would you do that?
Well, because he's being bad, and we got to take care of him.
So you killed his children?
That was the only way to do it.
I don't know if I like what you've become.
It's like it's a reverse phylactery. I need you to get better.
Oh.
The worst description of what happened anyone could possibly give.
You can tell there's a state of shock there. like there was a line crossed, maybe. He's trying to maybe figure it out.
They were undead and weird and not of this world, and he's a phylactery thing. I don't know how to explain it yet. It was necessary. You remember that big thing that had all the souls in it that we killed the one dude there, and the souls got better?
I know what a phylactery is. Give me a persuasion check.
Persuade your pet into still liking
And
you.
you could also insight if you want to see if he's telling the truth or not.
Oh my god.
Yeah, kind of knows what it is. He's like, I've heard the word before, and I think like at a very, very top of the surface, like conceptual level, he might know. But it's yeah.
He's just gonna hype him up and be like, yeah, you do. You know what's up. You know why it's dangerous.
If you say it's not, but you like doing the wrong things for the right reasons. That's you. That's part of the reason why we got together.
I don't remember Henry having this much of a personality before.
I think you need.
Wow. What a thing to say to someone.
No, this is plenty.
I know, but it's funnier to me if it isn't.
Be careful, is what I'm trying to say.
You too.
I'm safe.
Aggressive.
You're not.
He's just gonna give scrunches in his favorite spots.
It's a combination of the draconic oohs and ows, as it's But yeah, he seems concerned about you, but he also seems like his personality is intact. He hasn't obviously been to a point where something broke, thankfully. But he's been through some shit. So poor guy.
All right, we're gonna go beat up Dragoth. We have help. The Druids are helping.
Okay.
Oh, you would have loved it. There was an onion, and Titania gave me three things: an onion, something, and a garlic, and was it a pear, apple, something? Anyways, she told me two of them were legit. One of them was a joke, and the onion was the joke. It was a fake creature named Mr. Onion, and it was quite entertaining. You would have loved it.
There's like a brief pause. Like, did he just? I've seen some weird things in the Fae. I'd love to talk to Mr. Onion. Ask him if he knows any good riddles.
I will do that the next time I see you.
you eat the onion?
Well, I bit the onion before I was made aware that he was Mr. Onion. But I stopped as soon as I was aware.
Oh, you really do need me.
You could have told me about it. You could have warned me that he was an onion.
Probably, yeah.
There's some garlic, though, that made me super fast.
Who bites an onion?
I mean, would you rather me have chopped it up and sauteed him?
There's like a lot of confusion and worry on the other side. like my boy's just falling to pieces over there.
All right, what's black and blue and red all over?
Red all over.
Currently,
I don't know either, but I'm sure you'll have an answer for me when I talk to you next.
Did you give me a riddle that has no answer?
It has an answer. You'll figure it out. I believe you. Then there's not so much.
Do not ask me to do riddles. Do not. Yeah, if I was yeah, no, that doesn't work. I would have had to choke Smagel out. There's no way I was gonna riddle my way out of that.
First mind in the riddle business.
Right here. All right. Are you gonna leave him there, or did you want to continue?
I feel like he'd just kind of like chit chat with him for a little bit longer, just to kind of wind him back down and make sure he's good and can actually rest instead of being like, "Oh my god, shit's on fire."
With your guys' relationship and your charisma, I don't think that would be a problem. So sure.
Yeah.
Definitely roll. Okay. That was the.
Is that enough stalling, Maya? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. You Femi.
Why'd you have to say it like that?
I was like, I feel like you don't get to look at him that way when you were like, "Don't pick me." And now you're like, "What do you mean?"
No, it's just like it feels like bogus to Henry, you know? There we go, solid.
Well, I mean, you were all there when he was like, "I will continue." Like a man who willed himself through the rest of that one word. Just to
Those
keep
words
going.
are tricky, man. Yeah, speaking
Words are
entire
tricky.
life. They are tricky. Come out.
Very hard.
So, Euphemi, when you were last there, you were met with a floating turtle. It was giving you quite the judging stare and questioning of your circle. And it's kind of
She ain't met these motherfuckers. Sorry.
looking rather disappointed and somewhat accusatory at the moment at you, but still kind of floating in the background, this kind of dreamscape kind of malaise just floating around him. As you can very much tell, you're in some kind of dream element to it, but you disagree with my methods and the charge of this circle?
Absolutely. I disagree with the idea of abandoning a world to its fate like this. It's nothing personal. I was sent here for a reason. And I intend to see that through. I'm not going to flee.
And we should abandon our charge to help another? A charge that, a gate that, as you know, opens more than just one door.
What do you mean by that?
He kind of waves his hand, and you see as different elements of the prime material plane all kind of pop up across. One that you recognize, one that's clearly Taural, and probably 6 or 7 that you don't recognize at all. Our responsibility goes beyond this plane.
But it is also to this plane, is it not?
But there are so many more.
Are you willing to sacrifice anyone at any time?
Sometimes you have to remove a limb to save the body. Prune the branch from the diseased tree. Your view is myopic.
What do you intend to do? Just sit on the sidelines and watch this happen?
As if dreams don't need defending.
Are not the dreams of the people here not worthy of saving?
Some of them are, sure.
And yet?
We can't abandon everything else.
You don't have to. That's why I'm here. And soon, my kindred. This isn't done in opposition to you. This is done to save this world. And to make sure that something like this doesn't threaten it again.
I spoke to you because I was worried about your perspective. Or lack thereof. Maybe creating your own circle is not a bad idea when this is all said and done.
What were you worried of? Why do you think I lack perspective or that I'm wrong here? We can both be right.
Have a charge, do you not?
I do. I was brought here to save this world. Or at the very least help. The visions I saw back on Galarian, back at home, I saw visions of this world that I'm fighting to save.
But to question others, to sow doubt where it perhaps doesn't belong, does not strengthen your cause.
Sowing doubt? You did that on your own. When you refused to aid them, that was what created doubt. I'm just here to fill a vacuum.
You see that, like, there's a pause. And it's one of the ones where it's like, do I continue this line of questioning? You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those, like, I think you're very close to the issue at hand. But remember that you used to represent us as a circle, and to see dissent from one of our own does not look well upon the decisions that we make here.
Why do you keep referring to it as dissent? I haven't strayed from anything. But at the same time, since when have I ever been one to offer blind subservience to anyone?
That is by no means what I'm asking. I, again, came to see where your mind and perspective was.
Well,
topics you spoke of.
I hold true the tenets of our order. Well, the Circle of Dreams, Desna. And I don't see how doing everything in my power to see that this world keeps on dreaming strays from that. Just because it is not a decision you made, I don't understand why I have to be in lockstep with you. It's not dissent, it's just a disagreement. That doesn't mean we're enemies, it doesn't mean we're not allies in other ways.
It means branching off to a different path.
And what is wrong with that? Don't dreams branch off into unexpected directions at every turn?
You're unusually defensive. I'm not... Again, this is just trying to...
No, not defensive. This isn't defensive at all. It's just... This is a conversation, right? It seems like you want to know why I'm making the decisions that I'm making. I'm just making sure that you know. So, why did you make yours? Other than,
That is my charge and duty and priority.
how many worlds have you sacrificed?
Are you talking about this? First and foremost, this circle, while it has its powerful members, are not at the level where we can save worlds who are in peril at all times. Have we seen some fall to other things? Sure. Were we able to turn the tides in most of those? No.
But what if we can save this one?
I suppose that is up to you then.
Is this a choice that you're going to keep making moving forward whenever our world is faced with a threat like this?
It depends.
So what happens when there are no worlds left to save?
You should explore the planes a bit more. There's an element of numberless progression that reality seems to take.
Indeed. Do you think that a trip across the plains will change my perspective? And well,
If it doesn't, then I would have a great worry for you, child.
let's see. So there's nothing new that I can say to you this way. Your approach to this, you are dead set on
Withholding my duty? Yes.
Hmm.
You might not see it now, or possibly ever, but at some point, I hope you see, or at least understand the decision.
You are the only circle that has made this choice.
We are also the only circle that is not bound to terrestrial lands. This falls squarely in their court.
So, on the off chance that we actually do pull this off, I mean, you have to believe that there's at least a slim margin of success here, right?
I don't know enough about the opposition, but it doesn't look insurmountable from where I see.
Right. So, if this were to succeed, would you consider returning to Faerun?
We would open the gates once more.
Since you don't intend to involve yourselves in this conflict, perhaps it wouldn't hurt to offer a boon? Minimal effort.
Give me a persuasion at disadvantage.
Ooh, yeah. Woo!
All right. Let's see.
Let's go, girl.
I know you said disadvantage, but the word disadvantage is also made of the word advantage.
Right, but the prefix here is
Removing
really
the
important.
because I have sensitive feelings. Don't diss me. Yeah, that's nah.
You make a strong argument, but you're also surrounded by three of the most powerful archdruids on that realm. Perhaps they could assist you.
We're all fighting to save this world.
Well, those in present company, yes.
Well, is there any wisdom you'd like to leave us with?
things aren't always what they seem.
What are you seeing that I'm not? Is saving this world somehow going to doom another, or is there some sort of ripple effect that I'm unaware of?
In a way, maybe not doom, but you're not improving things on his realm either.
There are other things in motion over there. That world doesn't need him.
That's an opinion. I don't disagree with your struggle, if that's what you're trying to get at. But it is one struggle among many. And he waves his hands again, and you see even more elements of prime material planes just pop up all over the place. And they all have this kind of like silvery kind of like effervescent kind of effect, smoke almost peeling off of them and kind of joining the dreamlike effect around him. Perspective. You'll achieve it one day, I hope. This isn't to be disrespectful. I wish you luck, truly. But our resources must maintain where they currently are. And if you don't understand that now, I do hope you do later.
Perhaps. That requires me surviving first.
Indeed.
But hopefully we'll speak again.
I don't doubt it. I will leave you now. But again, I wish you luck. Should you need to retreat, the dreamways are still open to you.
Thank you.
To kind of fade out.
She's like just kind of. I guess she's still asleep, but at the same time, because she's, you feel me, she's still awake. You know, because that's how it works for her.
Lucid dreaming.
She's yeah. She's just like trying to like, you know, be open-minded about it, but at the same time, she keeps hearing the word bitch in her head. It's just like, you bitch. It's just like, it's just, yeah, she doesn't, I mean, for her perspective, she was literally brought here by Desna and put on this path and had all those visions before she got here that culminated in her being here at this crucial moment. It'd be weird to abandon all of that.
Yeah, it's also something where, again, just to, maybe I wasn't clear, but he's not against your mission.
Oh, I don't think so. He just doesn't want to involve himself. He's
correct.
Switzerland right now. He's just, you know.
He just sent in a small army of one, essentially. Not him, but, you know, someone on his team, so to speak. It's, yeah, and you're calling for backup, and unfortunately, there's just not, as far as he's concerned, any to give. But they have pledged a fairly powerful druid over there to see what they can do.
Wait, what? I didn't hear that part.
It's you.
What'd say, Joe?
You're the fairly powerful druid.
Foos, get back on camera.
Who's doing the round the world laugh?
I'm trying to hold back so much. We're good. It's fine.
Hey, listen, you got me on Dane Brammer's Day. You got to hold all this. I tried. All right.
All around. It's not just me, don't worry.
But yeah. There you go. I
All
don't know if there's anything left here.
No, you're good. With that, I believe everyone's made their peace with the long rest. So you guys wake up. All your long rest stuff comes back. You guys went to bed kind of early, so you're going to be waking up around dawnish this time. So first light kind of situation. Anything that comes back at dawn, anything that obviously is long rest specific, please mark off. Any of you with debuffs and any kind of horrible lingering stuff, I believe goes away. I don't think I put anything permanent on you guys.
For some of our buffs, does the Dreamer's blessing go away?
That does fade.
No.
What about the one? What about the blessing I got from the Dark Fae guy?
Blessing you for the Dark Fae guy. Oh yeah, no, that one you still have.
Oh, cool.
For anyone who wasn't sure how slowly this crew plays D&D, that is a blessing that predates my joining.
Yep.
And presumably only lasted one day, which means...
Joe, it predates my joining.
That what? No, it can't.
No, it didn't. You were there for that.
No, absolutely not.
Yep.
I will find proof and I will show you later.
Okay.
Fibbing.
No, he just missed it.
Dang.
What?
Are you serious?
Yes.
he
I thought
just
that was a
missed it.
different buff. Was it that one?
It was
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah, never mind. Maybe he is
Good
right.
God.
Okay.
Has
Yeah.
I
only
thought it
been
was a
one
different one.
in-game
My
day.
bad.
I am
since
expecting your
Quinn showed up.
apology in writing.
You're not gonna get it.
My lovely family, we don't apologize.
Oh,
Also, I
man.
just want to say, it says a minimum 6 or 8 hours or whatever. Mister, you're waking up at dawn. There's no maximum on a long rest. We can sleep in.
Yeah, I mean, you can sleep in if you'd like, 100%.
I mean, I'm not gonna, but
all right.
I'm not gonna.
you
We
can't
got
make
shit to
me
do.
get
We
up at
got
dawn.
letters to mail off. We got to go talk
Oh, that's
to
what
whomever
he
that
said.
was. That Revive was gonna go talk to, I think.
But yeah, I will say this
I
is
don't remember what Roll was
probably
gonna
one of
do.
the most restful sleeps you've all gotten. The element of peace and nature and the security of the Druid Groves seeing to you has made that quite a good bit of sleep. Whether or not you wake up at dawn, it's up to you. As Joe pointed out.
I feel like you're underestimating the effect on my peace of mind knowing there's no paper around. I don't know how restful this sleep was.
Paper.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I get all my things back. Oh my God, my rages. Okay.
My ring.
I get my rages back.
Have you not turned on the long rest button? Foos, it's a game changer.
No, I have. I like to see what the differences are before I push the button to like see what I'm gonna get back. Because I feel like I have so many things that if I just push it, I'd be like, fuck, don't know what I was without at that point. Because that
Fair
was why I
enough.
was holding the rage for like that whole second part of the fight. Because I was like, this is the last one I have. I just have to keep it. So, okay.
Yes.
Is Aunt D still with us?
Oh,
You can check.
Also,
Yeah, he would have liked to have checked and/or played with the cube if he could have. I
Okay.
forgot to talk about that. Also,
is my dad not dad blessing still up?
Dad, not dad.
saying not
No,
saying.
that also fades.
Seriously?
Well, no, not the blessing, but the boon.
Oh no, the boon is the boon you keep. The boon you keep
Okay,
until
okay.
Dragoth is down.
Okay,
Or
that's
you
what I
die.
thought. I just wanted to make sure. I was like, I don't
That's
know
a life
if that was
pack.
like.
Either you keep
Got
it,
ya.
either you know the boon
That's
drops
the
after
life hack.
Yeah.
or no, yeah, life pact. Or if you die, then you might be getting a better father-daughter relationship than you realized.
All right. Good. Great.
So yeah, that's still up. But yeah, you guys come back up. You bring out the cube, and you see a Deet who is organizing books, like just stacking books upon books upon books, and just trying to like categorizing a whole bunch of tomes. It looks like. But as you look at her,
Did
she
you
looks
write
like-
all those last night?
No, these are donations. We need to rebuild the academy. Once it's back up and running, it's going to need
Oh,
Arcana.
that's awesome.
It's a step in the right direction. You're up early.
I realized that I was a little more tired than I thought. I wanted to say hi and see how you're doing.
I've been better, but I'm also a bit more determined.
Whoa. Anything I can do to help?
Get me in range of Dragoth.
I think that's the plan. A little bit later.
I don't take kindly to my kin being attacked.
Does this work via psionics?
No, this is...
I imagine he's still puttering with the cube as he's doing the tests.
There's a... If anyone has seen Invisibility, you would see an ephemeral Deet come out and just kind of like playfully bonk him on the head. Like, magic. Not the mind stuff. Magic. Quick, pop quiz. Disintegration. School of Magic.
Not abjuration.
We
Pretty sure it's transmutation.
Thank you.
Not 100% though.
You showed... You showed some promise. Although I swear I've had gelatinous cubes more attentive than you.
I don't know.
That's fair. They only have a 5-foot move speed. They have to pay attention because they can't get away.
I was trying to wiggle away, and they're just like, "Nope, come back here."
They just walk in front of it again. As I was saying.
Oh, amazing.
So what is on the agenda?
That's a good question. I think I rattled it off last session, and that was so long ago. The person who's driving me doesn't remember everything. But I'm pretty sure we're going to talk to some folks. I think that one over there wrote some letters. I'm pretty sure that's my paper, but it's okay.
Oh, that's absolutely your paper. And by your paper, you mean our paper. But yes.
Well, that's why I don't care. Well, I mean, that came out bad. It's the communal paper.
That's fine.
Have you ever seen an edge that crisp?
No, that was elegant. I've seen a lot of folded paperwork and letters, and that's up there.
I think I know where. Oh my god, I can't think of her name because I can just keep seeing vaguely with her vengeance.
Cecilia.
Cecilia.
I
think I know where Cecilia is.
Her face goes from that kind of playful thing to one that is very serious.
I think Dragoth has her. And if we know anything about him, he's spiteful bitch.
I don't disagree. That was one of the high statistical chances of where she might be.
But we have a plan. We have, I think, these wonderful druids working on spores or something to nullify the psionics. That one over there really wanted us to do the blight, but I don't think we're doing the blight.
Honestly, I don't disagree with them. I'm more of a fan of just taking the opponent out. Right, but this is a form of democracy or something, so I'm glad you...
Hold up. Why didn't we open the vote up to the NPCs? They're in my corner.
You're not hearing this. Get out of here. I guess I could reach out to my people, but I don't think that's a good idea.
What would you ask of them?
Well, that's the problem. I know we have something there, but I don't know what it does, and I would be very surprised if they would lend it to me for this fight. I don't even know if it could be lended.
Sounds like you need to do some more research first. Always research. Always get knowledge. A wizard is always prepared.
I think this
And
is
if they're
more
not,
of a
learn from their mistakes.
ignore this problem because there's things I got to do before I can do that. Anyways,
Is that is this is more of a social issue?
yes,
You
there's
don't
a
speak
reason
about it much.
yeah.
I just assume they poorly educated you and then kicked you off into the world.
No, I kind of the other way around. I left on my own against
But-
popular. Anyways, so I need to learn some wizard stuff. I remember that we're supposed to be able to. We got to write stuff down, and you can do the spell that way and stuff. So what? You got me because it looks like. I don't know if I'm the first one up, but I'm just gonna assume people are still snoozing a little bit. So got me for a little bit.
Okay. All right. So, in game terms, what are you trying to do?
I have no idea. He's just trying to please Aunt Beat and learn.
I thought you were trying to make spell scrolls. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, I was like, I'm
I
trying
don't
to
play
follow.
Wizards. I don't know what we do.
Thought there was a
Okay.
plan.
I was sitting there like,
thought
well, now
there was a plan.
I felt bad about taking your paper if you were going to put spell
Yeah.
scrolls into play.
He would.
You should feel really bad. I had a very long plan.
which involved nothing at all.
I
I
especially love
imagine
that
you
that
would just.
roleplay was broken down to like, so what are you trying to do? Fuck, I don't know.
It all
That's
sounded
no
good,
idea.
though, right?
The goal is to please Aunt Deep.
That's quintessential role. Auntie would start giving you like you do like theoreticals and practicals, right? It's like, okay, what are we looking to see today, right? What potential opposition do you think? Are you fighting him today? Are you not? Do you need to be convincing people? We need to prepare our spells. You know.
Yeah. I think he would try and do his best to like learn whatever spells he can that would help. And I feel like he would probably have the conversation with Deed about giving the circumstances, since psionics is probably going to be, you're hopefully going to be taken care of. That probably means magic won't. And he'll kind of touch base with her on that. Like, do you think that'll save magic? If that's the case, then maybe I can put this thing away and go back to this guy, referring to the hemodome and bloop bloop.
Yeah, that would make the most amount of sense. He's a very accomplished spellcaster, and not least of all, a dragon. So there's that. I would prepare to, if you remove his psionic ability, I imagine he's going to unleash the worst magic he has available to combat.
Oh yes. Which means gonna need a lot of counter spells. Can I? How long does it take to put that into a scroll?
More time than you have available.
Yeah, that's what I thought. If I press hard enough through a scroll, can I like do multiple copies?
You can't do fucking scrolls of triplicate. Get the fuck out.
There's just a carbon copy of me.
It's gonna get to the third one. It's gonna be all like jarble, and you're gonna cast.
It's jarble that it only like barely like you have to roll to see if you can even cast it at level 3.
He's gonna misty step closer to the target. Whoops. Yeah, no.
The concept of reading a scroll as a reaction. It's just like, wait, hold on, I'm gonna fuck you up. Give me a second. Let me just. What? Oh god.
Oh.
My my nephew, my great nephew may have something, or some stockpiles left. Probably not much though, and a lot of them are probably
You beat me
getting-
by. Oh no, I did. Okay.
That was you. That was you. No,
Yeah.
I was right there. I was like, fucking. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I saw
Bam,
Foozca
number
pop up. I was like, damn it, Foos. Sorry.
It's a race. We haven't
I
got.
had to use the bad hammer.
Yeah, I got the last one, so Flandy's in the lead again.
But I also should be in a better position to help as well. So, well, one last thing. In addition to preparing, the other thing is to know thy enemy. or potential enemies, or potential allies of said enemy. Broaden your scope
Oh,
so you're better prepared.
we've made allies. I know that. What I don't know is how much they're acting on their own and how much they're actually doing for him.
Sounds like you have homework to do, young man.
You want to teach me a spell?
I could barely teach you what spells go into schools of magic.
We'll get there.
Took you 4 years to find out disintegration was transmutation.
You've seen me cast it through you twice.
To be fair to the wizard, doesn't really matter what school it is as long as the shit gets disintegrated.
My wizard diploma is going to be written in crayon. I can see it already.
It's going to be a dishonorary diploma.
That's
tell you
his wizard book is a scrapbook. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can. Tell me what spell you want. If it's something within your wizardry ability to cast, I will give it to you from the pages of my own spellbook, and you can transcribe it into yours, thus adding it to your knowledge base.
I want give Lady time to think about it and cut to someone else.
So you absolutely didn't have a plan to follow up.
No,
your
absolutely
spell.
not.
You just like, can I get a new spell today?
Joe!
So there was no plan that rolled into no plan, which had to redirect off of you because
Get
you had
out
no
of here!
plan?
It's Joe's turn. He said Joe.
It's no plan turtles all the way down. Joe, sir, you're a lovely character. May or may not wake up at dawn, depending on how he
straight up.
feels. But what is Theron up to? I did it right. Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of just sitting in BFE, so there's not a whole lot I can do from this position. I'm just basically sitting and thinking who else I can. Currently, what I'm thinking about is trying to figure out who I can reach out to, who has funds they would divert towards war, and how I could get those funds to Gandhians, because those motherfuckers don't build safeties. So whatever they build is gonna do something, and it's gonna do it big.
I need to. Oh God! You sure you don't want to do the? Oh God! What was the other ones? Fuck! I can't remember. The Furfiniblins. What are they?
Iron Boys? The Iron,
The Iron
The
Hands?
Iron Hammers? Yeah, those
Iron
guys are the
Hands.
ones you need. Anywho. So, I mean, do you realistically want to fund a foreign engineering project, or was there something?
I'm not going to commission anything. It's not an engineering product. Is what do you have on the floor, sales floor now?
Okay. So
What
you kind
batshit concept do you have that I can point at Dragoth and fire? But I don't know. This isn't necessarily an actionable idea. I'm
Okay.
just sitting here. What can I do from a fucking druid grove? And the
yeah.
answer is think about people with actual power and reach out to them.
Okay. Sounds good.
The druids are great. They're going to give us a thing that isn't the right thing, but it's still a powerful thing, and we're going to deploy it. But they're not doing. They just have the thing and are giving it to us. We've done that, and I'm done with them. They're great. I don't have time to sit around and chit chat and have fun. So, other than, I don't think we're assaulting Dragoth today. Maybe, but that's not the plan. That's not the vibe I get from this crew. Especially because you just spent like 10 minutes introducing a library episode somehow on the cusp of war. So,
We like to read here, Joe.
your reading's great until like the city's burning down around you. Hold on. I gotta finish this chapter real quick. So other than, I mean, that is a thought, whether it's an actionable thought. I'm also thinking about the catapult design I started to launch everybody to Dreykov.
Okay,
Try and get above and over his, like, destroy people in the clouds, which I guess leads me to the fuck even is that, which I don't know how I follow up on that. And you know what? Maybe a library book on clouds that eat people would be useful right now, but I don't got one.
Okay, all right. Roll me an intelligence check, sir.
It's a lot of pacing. That's what I'm doing.
Yep.
It's just being stressed.
God, the sheer number of flat ability checks I roll for a character with so many skill proficiencies is mildly infuriating. I'm not gonna lie. 5.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, who knows what those clouds are made of? You just kind of
magic.
Yep, some kind of magic.
Look, if I go above or around it, I don't have to care what it is. So that's
fair enough.
That's my thought process. Did we have an immediate next step? Are we going to ask anybody else for help that we've discussed?
So I think to paint the picture, the spores are in the process of being created and delivered to you. The delivery mechanism is still up for debate because there was talks about how you guys were going to basically blanket that area so that he's affected, and anyone that is with him would be affected. So that, I think, is something to think about. I think there was some discussions about going back to Waterdeep to talk to some people.
I could definitely.
There was also, yes. Okay.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I could definitely do more in Waterdeep than I could in this grove of trees.
You could also follow up on your letters. Obviously, probably maybe not have a response yet.
I was gonna say I just gotta wait for people to respond to them. I'm running out of paper here.
So that would be the other thing from your perspective.
Quinn has some premium spider silk paper if you want some.
That is a series of words that don't go together.
Premium spider silk works.
Paper?
Spider silk, sure, but paper? No.
Yeah, the paper at the end, I agree. But premium and spider silk can work together.
Yeah.
Word that's sus.
Well, you could also say spider silk paper, but then premium doesn't apply. That is a fabric. I'm not embroidering a letter to anybody. There's a limit.
This is from the finest spider booties in all the land.
Actually, not in this land, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
A land.
All right. So, was there anything else that you wanted to maybe explore? Anything while you were in the forest? If not, I'll come back to you when you're out of it.
What even do the spores like? How do like? What are they? It's just a mass of some sort of organic material. I don't know what I'm working with to design a launcher or anything.
You still have the Myconid druid still there if you want to talk to him. Porcino.
I do. Is it just kind of like a loose pile of spores? Is that what we're getting?
Hold out your hand.
Yeah. Jeez, I was even thinking on a dish, but instead it's some guy just giving you like a scoop of ice cream in your hand. Like, get out there, buddy.
Yeah.
Just a pile of sand. Like, yeah, this stops psionics. Good luck.
Yeah.
He would communicate to you. The spores are they come in containers, and he like shows you. It's almost like a round, kind of spongy, like coral, but if it was squishy, kind of material. And when he, like, in your mind, because he speaks telepathically, he shows you when you squeeze it, it erupts some spores, or you can cut it and let the spores come out that way. But they come like in kind of a organic containers that are roughly the size of like a softball.
All right, so that's a good question. So you wring them out like a sponge rather than any sort of. It's not a vessel that bursts, say, when.
On impact, absolutely. If you hit it, it'll compress and deploy spores. Oh, and this sticks to targets. I see. He's not holding his hand like in the Lions game.
All right. Well.
In addition, you could use wind spells or things that you're one of those tinkerers. What is the spell you guys like to? when you propel things. Help me out here. Catapults.
A fine spell. Well, not one I typically employ, but my magics are rudimentary. It wasn't my primary skill set, though I do see the application in this instance.
But yes, that's essentially how they would be deployed. And we can see to a dozen, perhaps 24 of these in the short term. If given more, I can call upon more colonies and see if we can accelerate the growth rate.
Now you do have. What are the conditions for growing them? If given a sample, could we then set up growth from the existing supply?
How do I explain this to you?
A simple no is good enough.
The tenders have to sing songs and put them into form.
So we're going not to go with a simple no. No is what I'm taking. That is quite all right. It was just a vein I could explore if that was a possibility to set up a local source.
Apologies if I offended. Your body is ill-equipped for the task.
No offense, just I was the one, in fact, being rude. I'm somewhat focused on the destruction of all things and am forgetting my patience. I apologize. All right, so to cut them or concussive force, and they adhere to targets, which is quite useful. Though my next question is, how wide an effect does each of these have? If we were to, say, miss an intended target, how close can we get and still have any sort of effect?
He'll show you each one has about a 15-foot radius when essentially thrown, but he'll kind of put that image into your mind of it, like hitting him. Just.
And duration?
It would be 3 rounds.
This is what you guys signed up for. 3 rounds of a 15-foot radius of get bent. That's well within this man's movement speed. I guess it sticks to him, but all right.
It also, the effect persists. So you really just
fair
have
enough.
to hit
The
once.
spores hang about for a brief time, but those affected remain affected for how long?
With normal biology, 1d4 days.
All right, I feel a lot better.
With less than normal biology, it may be reduced. But even if it's reduced by, well, let's be honest, this fight isn't going to be better than 8 hours. So I don't see that being a terrible issue for you. Unless you're doing some kind of siege tactics?
Well, I would not be surprised to see it devolve into such. We are going to a fortified enemy and invading. Siege is a common tactic, though with a dragon and a lich as well, that is less likely to be their first thought, is that they can wait us out. They are drastically... well, a lich certainly could, but drastically different power scale, so I imagine they will just attempt to eradicate us in that instance. Very well. I will give some thought to deploying these beyond just lobbing them at someone. That seems less than ideal.
I'm sure you'll figure it out one way or the other.
How big was it? Was it, you said softball sized?
Softball sized.
And I imagine it's not super heavy.
No, I think again he would convey that it's think of it like a wet sponge that's the size of a softball in terms of weight.
Okay, well, more than too heavy for an arrow.
Yeah, and I mean, it's awkward. It's porous. It's round. The trajectory in the air, like
No, I was aerodynamics
the
is a
window.
whole other thing.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
prepared to start pondering. All right.
I mean, you can put it on
Trying
the
to-
tip of a ballista, maybe, or have some kind of like weird glass tipped one with like it in the middle, and it. But you better get to those glass makers quick.
Yeah. My thought, and I just have to assume that this isn't an actual problem, but I'm sitting here like, yeah, but you can only hit a thing really as hard as it can hit you. Like, smack a piece of paper that's in the air without something to smack it against. You just kind of move it. So a sponge isn't going to stay compressed, but I'm just assuming that an impact once is enough to activate it.
Yeah, to be clear, and maybe I'm not being as
No. I just had to
squish
assume.
this a little bit.
I was going too far within my head. I was like, well, unless you just sit there and squeeze it, it's not actually releasing anything.
It's like a spasm effect that like some of the like mushrooms have when you get closer.
Right. So we get them
there's a
to
propulsion.
completion and then they erupt. I get it.
Yep.
Okay, so the catapult spell is great, but that's a dex save that they're absolutely going to make. I guess I'm gonna sit here and ponder because I mean it's never gonna just be like, and it works. There's gonna be a roll involved, and I'm trying to get rid of the roll. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
The roll is where failure happens.
All right. As from a mechanical point of view, I will also say that it's very much a if someone's in it, you're gonna be affected by it. That's why there is no saving throw with this. Just so you know, like if you're in that zone,
that hell.
Yeah, there is
I
no
couldn't
saving
adjust
throw.
that hell. That's nice.
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
This
I
is
was just like, we're gonna throw it, and it's gonna
Yeah.
get nowhere near
No,
him,
no.
and then game over.
This is a bioweapon made by druid groves and powered by other druid groves or circles. Like this is not something that's like, oh, you missed. It's too bad, so sad. Like it's.
It's a 15-foot radius. There's a hefty window of miss when dragons are involved.
I just throw it at his feet. You don't have to hit him. Just put it up.
His feet, they're going to be on the ground.
You know what I mean? It just hit him with it.
Just hit him with it. That's my whole concern.
Just
My
hit him with it.
entire concern right now is hitting him with it.
Hit him with it. But yeah,
And
just
also, let's
FYI,
calm
there is
down.
no
Bioweapon
save.
made by archdruids.
Yeah.
It lasts 1d4 days and dampens 1 ability. Godblight. That's bioweapons made by archdruids. Anyway,
Just taking this guy's psionics out is humongous.
I understand. I just have to carry the bit. That is my burden.
Imagine hitting a mind flayer colony with one of these things. You'd kill them all.
And they'd figure it out.
With what? Their migraines? Ah! Anyway, go ahead.
You know, one of them that's 15 feet away from where you threw the thing would be like, and dominate. All right.
Gust. Cantrip. Problem solved.
Basically, I'm trying to figure out how I can release all of these at once I just want to carpet bomb an area. That's what I want to do. I need to get the widest instantaneous deployment possible.
Okay.
So I'm gonna sit and ponder that. That's what I'm doing.
Sounds good. Yeah, and then this isn't a check for you. This is
No,
Joe's ingenuity at work. So you let me know what you come up with. All right, Quinn, what are you up to this morning?
You're muted, my guy.
Quinn would be in a state of just, oh my god, I'm gonna see my family again. This is gonna be scary, but happy. Oh god, my stomach, that kind of shit.
Okay, so stomach feels weird.
He really doesn't have much to do right now. He's just waiting for their let's go, and yeah.
Okay, so you're just kind of hanging out,
Yeah.
pondering the previous day's events. Okay, what is Revaya up to?
I imagine maybe after, or maybe, I don't know, she waited her turn or something. Well, actually, no, because she wouldn't talk to the Spore Druid. She would kind of try and talk to one of the other druids. One of them, it's like Spore's Blight and Moon, right? We don't really have like a super casty guy here, right?
No, not that you can tell. Although, I mean, they're archdruids. They're all very
Yeah, of
familiar with
course.
spells. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just that none of them are just like that's my thing. It's just
Yeah.
that. Okay. So I think she'll probably go to the I think Vestius first.
Okay.
And just kind of inquire. When we met with Magdi, we had some experiments with defiling magic and being able to possibly counter it. So we had a sort of hypothesis, I guess, that if we, since it pulls life, if we used a spell that otherwise would revitalize life, for example, revivify, around the same time, almost similar to a counterspell, I guess, that it might have some effect. The problem is that those spells aren't normally something that can be done that quickly. It needs to be planned. I can cast the spell. Could you consider any way to perhaps make it so I could use it as it might be being used on one of my friends?
He thinks for a while and kind of has some slightly like bird mannerisms as the head's kind of going around. And really strangely, in a treant voice, responds to you. We have developed a safety barrier for plants to not be pulled from.
That's good.
We would need time. There's life preserving or in some ways reversing magic we have put together. I was working with Magdi. She's a good flyer, by the way.
She is. I was more worried about my companions. I am relieved to hear the plants would be bolstered in their defenses, but
what if we trap life force in something? Or have it willfully given?
Willfully given?
Idea.
From
yes. Nature bears fruit, gives sustenance to others in exchange for seed delivery. Exchange would be for existence at this point, perhaps. But
yeah, that could work, I guess.
Giving me food for thought.
We don't have a ton of time, unfortunately, but if there's anything I can help with.
I will need to communicate with my circle, but I think we can figure something out.
Okay.
I'll need some time, but I will find you, or I will send someone to find you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't think about it from that angle.
It seemed as though some magic worked if, I guess, I don't know, focused on hard enough. We haven't quite had the opportunity to test that particular theory out, but if there's a chance it could work, we have to take it.
One question for you before you go. Not important, but curious. Why does your friend smell like onions?
He makes a lot of decisions that I often don't agree with, but I think he does them because he thinks he has to try something. And one of those decisions was biting into an onion.
Like curious puppy.
Yeah, actually. Except I think if you annoy a puppy enough with bad experiments, it'll stop. I'm not sure I've seen Roland stop yet.
You get a chuckle out of him. This one's more bird-like, but interesting. Okay, thank you. The smell was quite pungent, and I couldn't figure out where it was coming from, or why it was coming from a furball. I asked.
For full details, it was a Fey practical joke that he unfortunately sprung.
That makes all the sense in the world. Well, thank you. Again, I need to communicate, but I will get back to you.
Thank you.
And he kind of waddles off deeper into the forest and seems to be communicating with some of the what looks like a leader of the Rangers, kind of a wood elf female. And they too far away to understand what they're saying, but they're having a conversation of sorts. Was there anything else you want to do?
Yeah, she'll go to Rollum after that. What's he doing right now?
I imagine talking to Dietz and getting schooled in a specific spell, and is trying to copy something down in the spell book. It's weird though. Like he's looking at the cube and like copying stuff down, but you can't see the spell.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh my god. With my true sight, do I see Dietz? Yeah, right.
True sight, you don't see Dietz. Dietz is only available when
invisibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay. So she'll, to the best of her ability, wait for what she is guessing is a lull in their conversation, but she can't hear, or she can't hear any of it actually, because it's all happening mentally. So I think
I imagine Roland would be having his portion out loud as long as it's not interrupting anybody.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I also feel like he's not exactly subtle about it, so I almost feel like if she's talking, he's like, yeah. Or something. So like, there's like the body language to at least like kind of do the jump rope, jump in whenever I can.
Give me an insight to see if you can double dutch in.
Oh yeah, all right, here you go. Hold on. My first roll is Revive tonight. Let's go inside.
You got this. Let's go.
Dink. Okay, well, I mean it's not great, but
DC wasn't terribly high. This is just a social situation. Although maybe it should be because you're Revive. But yeah,
how dare you? My insight is not terrible. I'm just not proficient in it because she doesn't people.
That's exactly the point. Anywho, you're able to kind of somewhat clumsily get back into the conversation there. But yeah, you're please.
So I feel like she's gonna mistime it and think that you're like there's silence, but I imagine like D is like mid sentence by the time Revia kind of like steps into your field of view, I guess. Do you have a moment?
We'll look at Aunt D.
It's in your best interest to listen to her, I'd say.
Yeah, hold on. Let me he puts the pen in the book and closes the book.
I guess I'm kind of more using you as a conduit more than anything, but Deet is a master at what she does. Does she know of ways to perhaps, I'm not sure, store a spell so that it can be used not as a scroll, but as a reaction or anything like that?
Roland would just kind of, hold on. But here's, and you heard that right? That he'll like minor image Aunt Deet real quick, and he'll fumble through his bag for the Ring of Spell Story.
Yeah. She would get, well, whatever the FPS is, one frame per 6 seconds.
It's probably not because he's like digging through his bag for the frame.
So it's worse.
Just 1 for 20. But yeah, you would get an affirmative like.
We have a ping 3,000.
But yeah, T would obviously say. I mean, first thing would be Ring of Power, Ioun Stone, or Ring of Spell Story. Excuse me. Ioun Stones.
Yep. This one right here.
Yep, that's it.
Well, you would still need the usual amount of time to release the spell, right?
The spell would have to be cast, yes, if that's what she's asking.
Well, the spell's already. Yeah. I don't I don't think it requires the amount of time to cast the spell at that point. Like the spell's in there, and it just.
No, it does still take the casting time of the spell.
Yes.
Just kidding.
So if you put animate dead, it wouldn't come out instantly. Trust me, I would have.
Could you imagine? It's like, bam!
Yeah.
Simulacrum. Oh, actually, how much time do we have?
How much time do you have?
Yes, it would. I'm just. Okay. It would hold the spell, but yeah, you're right. It would take the full.
Ask her
She
what
mentioned
delivery
an
method
iron stone. I'm sorry, what?
Ask her what her delivery method is, or would prefer to be.
She wants to know what your delivery method is, or preferred method.
You watch as divine spellcaster Revive tilts her head. When I want.
Divinely.
What do you mean?
She sounded like she didn't want to cast the spell. I'm just confused.
Yeah, rolls just.
Yeah, I imagine. if there is a moment in which a spell needs to be cast faster than it normally is there a way to perhaps store that and then release it faster?
Isn't that like a sorcery thing?
I'm actually proud of you for once. Yes, that is something sorcerers can do.
For once?
Hey, you've had your moments. This is another time to get big-headed, though. Focus. Quickly casting a spell. I guess you could. This would require a bit of engineering. Maybe you can tap. No, what if you're already hasted? Then you're just gonna be stunned. Ask her what spell she's trying to cast. Maybe we can work with that.
Would Roland be able to put 2 and 2 together by this point?
Give me an Arcana check. Yeah, I'd say so.
That has a plus 16 to Arcana?
He does.
He's dumb, but boy, does he know magic.
That barbarian knows his magic.
It's the.
He was trained by a wizard.
The DM's favorite. he was.
Oh no.
He absolutely was. R.I.P. Ted. I believe she's trying to counter the Defiler magic using. Oh, my brain just lost it. Now I'm thinking less restoration. Revivify.
Just imagine if it's just less restoration. I almost said registration.
Revivify is not a spell we would cast typically. That requires usually some level of divine intervention. And she got to straighten herself up. My power does not come from the divine. I see it from myself, but so should you.
Roland filters out.
I mean, that wizard can get as snooty as they want, but all magic comes from Mistress, so.
Spun away.
The other option I was thinking, it was possibly using another spell to maybe misdirect a little bit of the energy or take a certain amount of that blow or perhaps move someone out of the way, but it's not quick enough naturally.
I like where her head is at. What I would say is this is a better job for your feathered friend. The clever one?
Yeah, but he's talking to the other ranger right now, so I can't, I'll figure out. I'll ask another.
Revive's just
I feel like
listening.
Roland's like Katasu.
No, not Kasu. I mean, maybe I haven't seen anything.
I don't think he's a sorcerer.
No, Scribbler, the one, the smart one that came out.
Oh.
Wrong. You know what?
She says Scribbler.
Yeah, I just know he's got a lot on his plate right now, and is not here. So, if she doesn't have an answer, that's all right. If we have a bit of downtime, I figured it was worth exploring.
There's a little like professional chafing there, where it's like, well, I could probably do it, but these things are not done quickly. Like I understand that there's an element of desperation here, and I totally understand it, but it still doesn't the magical process is
I wouldn't
is
use
a
that word
process.
with her. It's that desperation, but it's not.
No, I mean, you probably don't want to get stabbed. Just tell her
It
these
is
things take
desperation.
time. And alchemy tends to have a faster path of development, provided you had the materials, which, by the way, House Gelatini is more than willing to share any and all materials needed by your friend, if that should speed it up.
Would Harvey know how to make something like? She said alchemy. I know it's Harvey that have her to roll.
Yeah, that's an opt. Yep. Yeah, he would.
Well, Rollum's asking Revia.
Oh, I thought you were asking
Yeah.
Dean again. Sorry. God. Whereas he was very amused, Revia is the exact opposite. I think like her brows just kind of settled like even lower than usual. It's just while he has talent in explosive solutions, I'm not sure if this is the best use of his abilities.
No. Maybe. What if you had like an explosive field around you? If you timed it.
Do we
That could
know where
work.
he is right now? Do we know where he is right now?
I don't think we do.
You have no clue
I
where the
don't
fuck he
remember.
is.
Yeah, I
He
was
doesn't
like,
know where he is right now.
Yeah, I was like, I'm fairly certain we left him at some place and then like haven't seen him since. Like, I don't think he's dead, but I just don't think we know where he is.
I wouldn't rule him out. Obviously, it's the more dangerous of the two master alchemists, but he is still a master and might be able to help you.
And he might be less burdened. I know it's not ideal,
He'd
but
be more enthusiastic, probably.
there's 100% chance of explosion.
Yeah, which in this case is actually.
No one said power came without risk, son.
Do we have anything that we could do to ground a dragon or a draconic being?
Reverse gravity would just send them higher. But that might help you out.
You want to fly, bitch? I'm gonna send you to the moon.
Yeah. You may have affected that. Should your spore plan work? I don't know if you noticed, but he didn't fly as normal winged creatures.
Did I not notice that? I didn't know that he wasn't using his wings to flappy flap.
I described it as him using the wings to like control himself, but there was a different set of propulsion that was being used.
I know Revia noticed, but I don't know if she would like equate that and immediately. I don't know. Maybe she would, but
I feel like Rob just be like, I would not put the eggs in that basket. I'm sure he could at least use some method of flying. And God knows how many broken spells he has beyond what we're capable of.
Slowing him, if you could have him succumb to the spell, could be an option.
Isn't that a deck save? And isn't he a Dexy boy?
Those questions. How loud is this conversation? And how much does... Because I have answers to some of these questions in my head, but I'm like, I'm not technically a wizard. I'm just generally smart. So I don't know how much I should contribute in character.
I do want to... This is a very high-level campaign, so I assume you're experts in your fields, even if you like it's not something.
My thought is I don't cast high-level magic, but I have to counter high-level magic.
So you have a knowledge base.
So assuming this is an audible conversation.
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah. At least Revia's half of it is she's not being quiet. I was actually going to say during one of the questions, I think she would have kind of opened up to be like, "Is anyone else around?" I could like bounce ideas off them real quick. But then it turned.
I'm very much pacing as I've been working out things in my head, just pacing and doing stuff. But I'll take a break. It's welcome. There is a spell that prevents creatures of flying, but you have to get over a dragon's inherent magical resistance. But Earthbind is relatively low level magic. And should he succumb to it, it grounds a creature.
Just with the words, I feel like she's gonna stare at you, Femi. Which I'm not even sure what she's doing. Yeah, exactly that.
What's wrong?
are
She's
you
still doing
familiar
it.
with the spell Earthbind?
Hey, hold on now. I need to go in my brain.
Oh no.
See if the spell.
It's not even your brain. You're a druid. You just ask the grass for new spells.
Hey, listen, all right. This is obviously Maya talking. This is not.
I know. You're good. The other thing Revia will mention as you're doing that, no rush. But either way, we are fighting a dragon, which means flight will be a thing, regardless of when we attempt to keep him down or otherwise. So it's probably good that we have flight options for everybody involved that might not otherwise.
Ooh.
Oh, I was gonna do that in thanks.
It's sloppy because I didn't have a character with it on, so.
No.
No, I need the Earthbind spell you put in the chat.
It's something a dragon will be inherently well suited to resisting, but it's possible. Were you talking about reactionary casting a moment ago?
Yeah.
Well, I'm aware of a technique, but it is rather limited to the caster. What were you trying to?
There are a few spells I was considering using reactionarily, but it would otherwise keep me grounded in some cases, but...
There is a spell I'm familiar with, but it is typically only accessible to wizards as far as I'm aware, but it's not a spell I've ever interacted with fully. Theoretically, if someone could make a contingency scroll, but there's a very select few spells that can be prepared in that way. You couldn't affect anyone else with a spell prepared in that method, but from what I understand, you set a condition and then a spell is cast when that condition is met. So if it's protective magic for yourself, it would lend itself to that use case, but again, I don't know if scrolls of such a thing can be made for others to use.
I feel like everyone looks at Antique.
Yeah.
Just a conga line of heads turning. Do you have the answer?
The primary difficulty being that within the casting of contingency, you must cast the spell you wish to have cast reactionarily.
That is I believe you may have to know the spell. Let me just double check.
Reading it over, it is one of those, like, I don't know if you could make a scroll to this.
Yeah.
Was...
Exactly. But Revia, for like meta terms as well, Revia will mention one of the options she was thinking of doing is Grasping Vine. If anybody's in range of something, so she could reactionarily like pull someone out of the way. And that's why it's like
Contingency would not work with that. Wrong.
No.
Now I'm all about breaking rules.
Yeah, of course.
As an artificer, if the tool doesn't exist, let's make the tool.
Yeah. That's why Revia is like, I'm going to talk to all the magic-y people because I don't have the answers to this and I cast spells weird. So if anyone has an idea, and also because like once she's raging, she can't use her spell slots. So if there's a way she could like even use them ahead of time so they can just kind of be activated or something, then that could be helpful.
What if you cast it into the ring and then whoever's... Oh, I can't.
It's still a bonus action though. Like whatever action goes into it is how it comes out.
Right. But what I'm saying is for the contingency, I could use the spell that you put in the ring to cast while doing the contingency.
Well, contingency can only affect the person that has the contingency. Oh, this is in character thinking. Okay. Just
you're so
Thanks, Dirty Roller. I have no idea what the hell this man just said. I am so confused right now.
Thank you for the sub. We're just nonsense fucking theory crafting over here.
My favorite part is that's the wizard.
Yeah.
That's the wizard.
There's a very bold asterisk behind that wizard.
The asterisk line is longer than his name.
Euphemia's just gonna be like, I wish we had thought about this before we rested, but Earthbind, while it could work, it might be easy for him to break free of it, considering he is a entire dragon.
And a demi-lich / god /
Oh, it would
Yes,
not be
and-
an easy spell to pull off, but from my understanding, once it's successful, it is not something that they get a chance to resist again.
And
Which is-
Deet will
How
chime
strong
in
were
after-
his slaps, Minners? I'm sure
Uh,
you can remember.
And Deet will chime in and say, there are some creatures of sufficient power that can simply ignore spells at a certain level. So it's up to you. It could work, but you might be better off just making sure
What if-
you can reach him.
What if we had someone else on our side? I still have my boon, I guess, from the queen.
And you wish for the queen to do what?
She could assist it landing, I guess. I don't know if her power would be enough to override whatever draconic powers he has. Who's winning slots?
Yeah.
No, that's Dubs' work phone. He's on call right now.
Throw it at the fucking.
Let me see it. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Can we pick it up?
That was actually pretty good, Flandy.
Foozca's so
Patty.
mad. Look at my poor sister. She's big man. She's
She's so mad.
so
She's
mad.
revived. She's channeling revive right now.
She is.
That is,
My name is
Oh.
Shay.
and it's gone.
As
New Rochelle.
on a side note, no one's capable of casting a wish, are they?
Oh,
I don't know if that it doesn't exist in this campaign, but
I like that we're discussing all these potential spells to cast after our long rest. So we get one long rest per year.
I definitely asked the queen for that ability, and that was not allowed, or not allowed, but there was too much of an ask.
It is a very tricky spell at the best of times when magic actually is working, and secondly, incredibly expensive, and from a tertiary perspective, requires a level of cleverness. I think maybe only one of you actually has, and even then, it's not sure it would actually work. So
He filters out the one view part.
I didn't say it was the most reliable of magics, but when you're up against the wall and all that, I have other plans, but it just occurred to me that if you were to wish that these spores were spread out in such a way as to affect the largest quantity of creatures while using the minimum number of spores, it might get the job done. But
no, as far as I'm concerned, please, this is where we spit
it
ideas.
is a hefty magical investment to deploy those things, but it is one that might be the most accurate.
Fago, what up? What about your bug friends?
The Klex. No, yeah, the Klex. I almost said something else. The Klex in which we were supposed to talk to when Katasu was here, but Dubs is dying and might be going back to work at fucking 10:30 p.m. But we did say we wanted to chat with them. Should we have a I don't know, meta conversation of what is discussed and what we can get out of that conversation?
I can
So
say
we're not,
that because Ravaya, you have two really cool options where you are. A, Ravaya obviously is a friend of currently Bug Bottom. So the issue you would have is communicating. You also have a spore druid, arch druid, who can easily breach that gap. So I would argue that with him here, you are able to communicate with him if you'd like.
Okay. So I guess she'll mention that and say that we can contact the Klex, which was our intention in the first place. Get a few ideas out, especially in terms of spreading things. I know, I can't remember because I think it was mostly Rolla Material who saw the little itty bitty Klex motherfuckers and some of the bodies and things like that. I don't know if Ravaya has seen those. I think she's only really been exposed to medium to enormous sized Klex. But just assuming, I don't know, what she knows. Does she know of kind of smaller, swarmy kind of?
You are aware that Zuil that hive specifically specifies in swarm style applications of their like macroorganisms.
Doesn't Zool hate us?
Zuil wasn't a fan initially.
Yes,
Didn't we
she
kind
don't
of
like us.
smooth that
What?
over a little bit though?
Any port in a storm
The
gang.
stupid team. The kill team actually forged an alliance. So yes, you do have a pathway open to her.
Oh my god!
It is the tenuous one, but you guys are allied. Last you checked.
The enemy of my enemy is my not as enemy.
Oh, jeez.
I would strongly suggest not having Roland talk to them, but
What did Roll do? Get out of here.
you deceived the herald and got him killed. So yeah, you're not high on the I want to talk to you
I
list.
didn't do the. I was like, wait, no, ah.
You lied to him. Bold-faced lied to that guy. There's no way to gonna trust you.
In his defense, he didn't think it was a lie, but then Revia was
Yeah.
like, "You matter what? We have to go kill him."
Yeah.
Like, he didn't walk up to him like, "I have
Perspectives.
full intention."
They're not gonna see us.
No, I agree.
You
I
said,
understand what
I
you're
would like to
saying.
cooperate, and it came back in text. So it's like, all right.
Oh my god. No, Revia's all
But
about that.
anyway,
She's like, "Yeah, you can say you won't hit them. I will, but you know, you can
Yeah,
be there or not. It's fine."
No,
Oh,
please
pretty
don't.
toxic.
No,
He's
stop.
poor Roland's credit to catch a bad check.
Pretty much. All right. So I think Revia will say we can reach out to the Klex and see if they can coordinate a few either attacks or even deployment with them. I think, strangely enough, oh god, which queen are we cool with? Hold on, pardon me. I have to go get my notes.
I'll break it down for you. So you know of 4 Klex hives, right? You are cool with
Yes.
Eladol.
Eladol.
She is the oldest and wisest of the queens, by far the most patient, and has kind of prefers stronger individual elements of her colony that are good at stealth or stealth variants. Zuil is the youngest, the most ambitious, and uses like swarm tactics, but also parasites and kind of infesting type of things, which is why you found her with the kill team, because she likes to dig in and essentially manipulate people from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the one you also have kind of a thing with. Vectic, you did encounter with the Klex Celestial, like all those
Yes.
huge flying units. They are like a swarm fleet kind of situation. And Jiraj, you've met kind of in a secondary sense through some of their units, but they're usually the big, strong ones, like the Colossus, those type.
Yeah. So maybe Vectic also as another contact, although I don't think we have contact with them that we can call on. Revia is like spitballing. We can kind of like overview. I guess or at least I'm going to overview my thoughts just so I'm not like in character spewing nonsense. But she also wants to like possibly come up with a solution for everyone being able to like have some kind of flight just in case. Because if anything happens and we ground the dragon is no longer grounded and he tries to fuck off or something and we don't have.
Well, I was actually copying, and he's gonna hold up his thing, like I was copying down Featherfall.
Right, that
Kind of the
secures
opposite
the
of flight.
landing, but we're trying to take care of the chasing, perhaps.
I guys not be happy with the magical work. I could cast fly.
You can cast fly, but then you must concentrate on it, and then Dragoth's gonna smack you real hard, and then 5 people will fall out of the sky.
I think when he hears about you guys trying to like fly, like, wait, are you trying to find a way to get up to him?
We're trying to find a way to do aerial combat if it comes to that. If it remains on.
Aerial combat, I think, is exactly what it is. Because if we can stick to him, sure, but he can fling us off, and then that's still a problem. We would need to be able to maintain any kind of aerial coverage, to be honest. I saw Theron attempt to do so with mundane means, which I assumed was going to work on paper, but that didn't last too long. So we need likely magical means of some kind.
Well, it's not a flying solution per se, but there could be a way to get back up to him.
Elaborate?
The spiders.
Elaborate?
You didn't. That was not an elaboration.
The Great Mother's Herald, they can travel. If they were to fall off, they could just go back up to him.
Teleportation? Phasing? What are you implying?
I don't really understand it. They can move through holes in space.
The druid and the ranger give me nature checks, please.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on.
All
right, hold on.
Did Roland see any of them doing it?
Also, Ninners, I have a
You did, yeah.
It's been... Can I ask the question, Ninners?
Yeah, please.
Why do we see a turn order this whole day?
Because Ninners is bad at managing stuff and he doesn't close things when they're supposed to be closed.
There's your answer. Maya, he's Nenna's. That's why.
That's why.
Okay. Wow. That thing has been distracting me the entire time. Like, are we fighting? No, we're not.
Let me tell you what's been distracting me. My son's face behind Ninners. It's real hard for me to
that sleepy boy. So good.
That shouldn't have been disadvantaged, so you take that 27.
Ooh, Maya, come on.
All right.
That should be a plus 2.
We have to take off the blessing, girl. We ain't got the blessing no more.
I know. I turned it off and I forgot to turn it off on the other thing. It was in 2 sections. I turned off one, forgot the other. But I just fixed it.
I think it's in 3 sections.
You know what?
Are you sure it's not 4, Food? Are you sure it's not 4?
Do we really want to focus on how many sections it is and whisper into our microphones, or do we want to continue playing D&D?
I mean, it could be 5, Joe. It could be 5. We gotta know here.
5 means we're live.
It's true. People are listening to this actively right now. They came here for Dungeons and Dragons, but now they're getting whispers about nonsense.
They're getting ASMR about.
Is this good content, you guys? This is what you're
Okay, so sorry to any ASMR community folks. I didn't mean that.
Man.
With a
I
20
didn't get nearly
fucking,
whispery as I could have.
with a 27, you realize that he's describing a function similar to phase spiders. It might be like functionally similar. They might use a different pathway, but it's not unheard of to have spiders be able to teleport. Although I will say phase spiders usually have a somewhat limited range. This might be extended. So, yeah.
I think he's trying to...
And Flandy, yeah, you saw a lot of them do it. That's how they got back here.
They took us here?
I think Roland saw it.
Okay. Roland saw it, yeah.
I'm gonna let Femi do her thing, and then Roland will add on whatever needs to be added on. But I think
you saw the portal get opened by the spider. Is what he said.
Oh, that's what you... Okay, got it.
Yeah.
This session is just everyone reminding each other of what their characters know.
Listen, it's been so long.
And it's going to be even longer after tonight.
It's been 2 weeks, people. We're sorry.
Yeah, Euphemy's just gonna be
Yo,
like,
get in there. Get in there.
are you all familiar with phase spiders? Sort of like that. They can pretty much teleport at will. Only this might be longer range.
Yes. One took me to the elemental plane of water.
They can transport you across planes.
Yes. That's how my comrades will come to help us.
Can they do that while we're falling from the sky?
Shouldn't be a problem.
You did have to, like, kind of rip open everything, like...
As long as they're high enough off the ground, I think they'll...
That was for dramatic effect.
Well, it's a genuine question too, though, because if we're falling, that could be a problem. I have 2 questions about these spiders. Are there enough for you to lose some? Because you might. And if these are cherished members of your society and ones that wouldn't...
I've never actually seen one, but I know they're not dainty. They're powerful. They're robust.
I believe everyone here is robust as well, and we're all in grave danger. Just understand that if you are putting them between our target, essentially, and us. And my other question is exactly as Euphemia was alluding to, is how quickly can they do it?
I'm honestly not sure. Again, I think if they're high enough off the ground, they should be safe. They can just...
Look, let's just not guess. Well, why don't they... Can you call them here now? And we can test this out.
Oh, sure.
Test it out. Just like we're gonna
Okay,
put you at a random
so-
point in the sky, and you're gonna fall. See if you can teleport to a
Right.
safe spot.
All right. In that
Well,
case,
who's rolling?
we're gonna do the process of summoning here. Requires him taking a flower out of the crown here. He's gonna cut himself somewhere, and he's gonna smear it on the flower. And once again, we're gonna do the flower speaker here. He's gonna.
Why did you say that so casually, like that?
I feel like Quinn's also doing it that casually, and Euphemia in the background.
And he's gonna call upon his lady again. So just
Okay.
hail Alyssa of House Delurid. And I think it's time. If you could send the reinforcements out.
Do you say reinforcements or reinforcements singular?
More mints, like in plural.
Okay.
We need some mints.
You will hear back. You want them all at your location.
Okay. I think he'd look up and she's asking if we want them all here now.
Are we? I don't. Are we ready?
Sorry, I was laughing at a meme. I didn't catch that last part.
I don't think we're ready for them yet. Maybe one, so Ravai can ask her questions.
Very well. If you could honor us with the presence of a herald, we simply need to see if they are. My companions want to see if they are adequate enough. I find it foolish, but here we are.
We want to
That's a
understand.
way to phrase it.
Are you saying this out loud or in your head? Okay.
Oh, he's saying this out loud, yeah.
Okay. No. Okay. Understand them. Understand. Not if they're adequate.
Darren doesn't agree with the statement.
Yeah. You would
just
hear,
like in the background, like.
you know when someone speaks and you could like hear the smile behind their voice. You would hear that from her, and of course, I will alleviate them of their ignorance. And
Damn.
you see like 1, 2 sharp little kind of spider legs penetrate the air, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then they all begin to kind of like spread open reality. And
Look at Booth.
a very interesting looking spider hops out,
Oh,
The other side.
turn
adorned with flowers, and is kind of just moving, not skittishly, but just kind of taking in the environment. And then after realizing there's no threats, kind of scuttles by Quinn, and all the other druids are like, "That's interesting." But
crap.
yeah,
Is that the spider? I think it is. Is that that her spider?
that's her spider.
Oh fuck! All
So
right.
yes, for a spider, and they gave you the spider.
Well, not the spider. That's her spider.
The spider.
Yeah. So as a kid, he heard a lot of stories about this one. That's the one that guards her.
What kind of spider is this? Is what Euphemie's kind of just like tilting her head in.
Yowal Shotla. The children of the goddess.
I like how you be saying that shit like anybody else couldn't follow that. Like you just casually whip it out. Like you're
Kid,
supposed
if,
to be, oh yes, thing you just said. Like we could just roll that out like super easy.
if you don't mind spelling the name of this mighty guardian, please.
Say that again, kid.
That is no. That's the kind of that's a species.
Nah, what was the name?
No, she wants you to say it so she can try and spell it.
Yowal Shotla.
Oh, okay.
This is Flinders.
I just.
You waddle and chocolate.
Easy. Never mind. I don't know what else to play
I
before.
think the moment he would see it, he would actually like start speaking in his native language and ask it, "Are you who I think you are?" Again, it's a very like
Yeah. There's a nod and like a little bit like reaffirmation, like it's taking kind of pride and recognition, and then goes back to its normal self.
Golem starts ritual casting.
Ritual casting. This man. Okay.
It's just like
Kahafre.
Just like pushes him out of the conversation.
This is the guardian. This is the guardian of my priestess.
I see.
I believe her name is Tenali.
Oh, that was an easy one. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
All well and good, but
I doubt it. Yeah.
exactly how does this teleportation work?
It looks to Tenali looks to Quinn as if waiting your instruction.
Mm-hmm. Again, translation here is: they wish to see you move between space. How does it work?
It tilts its head. It's kind of like asking somebody like, "How do you think?" You know what I mean? Like, it's a natural thing that it does. It just does. But it will respond to you in its language, which I'm by no means going to do because I need to speak for my job.
Mm-hmm.
But it will say, "By myself or with another."
I think with another.
It kind of looks at you like pick which one that you want to.
Euphemie's pointing right at Roland.
Who's still ritual casting?
Only Quinn and can understand this particular thing, unless somebody already has comprehend languages up.
Oh, never mind.
I think Quinn would turn to Ravaya and said, "Would you like to go for a trip?"
Sure.
We'll go for a ride.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he would motion to Ravaya and say, "Her noble Tenali."
It'll
Ravia's
scuttle
gonna
up.
lower her hand and let her sniff her. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, she's
Yeah.
just gonna wait for it to arrive.
The spider scuttles up to you and very quickly gets a couple of strands of web and kind of like wraps you around as like it stands up, so you're kind of stuck to its belly a little bit, and then uses the ability and then
Don't struggle; it makes it worse.
About probably like 20 feet in the air on a tree, like you're on a tree limb, and then just kind of gently unrolls you a little bit so that you're out of the web and on your 2 feet, and just you're both standing there looking down at your friends.
Okay. How quickly did that happen?
This seemed to be like a demonstration, so it was. I would say like
There was no rush.
Yeah, it was within a round, easy.
So I'm like 20 feet off the ground right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have like little frings of webbing on you still, by the way.
Gotcha. I think she'll say to Quinn, have her try that again in just a second.
Beg your pardon?
Can you tell her to try again in just a second?
Yes.
Okay. And she'll like wait until that message is good. Then looking at the spider, she's just gonna like tip herself off the tree and see if it's only 20 feet, which is not a lot. Raya's pretty strong and dexy, so if she lands, hopefully it's not that bad. But she's gonna see if the spider can catch her midair and teleport somewhere else.
Oh shit! Okay.
I really hope
spider
not. I
looks-
just want to see.
This would be
Yeah,
so
the
funny.
spider looks
It's like,
immediately to Quinn like, what would you like me to do?
He's like, "Get her! Get her! Get her!"
Okay.
Rollum's thinking of ways to cast throw pillows.
I don't have the spell prepared, but I do love the idea of using catapult. Just put some soft landing gear down. Would also have to be some cushions.
It rolls down to the bottom of the branch and like uses it as a jump off point and launches itself down. And let's see, I have it roll because this is D&D's.
I think Ravia's in full like I'm expecting to catch myself. It might not
That's
be
supposed to
great,
be 11?
but I'm looking at the ground right now. I'm not looking at the
Out of 10
spider
to
at
that,
all.
that's supposed to be 11. So it catches you, and then you see the legs above you again kind of spread open, and you watch as the ground gets even closer as it's teleporting you directly to the ground, but you do safely land. And as you do, it begins to kind of spread more web around you, and like just kind of, if you don't struggle, it's going to stick you onto its back because it doesn't think you're safe. So you're like it's not a terrible cocoon, and you're Jack, so you could probably rip your way out of it. But and you can tell it wasn't like aggressive. It was just like, I need you to not do that again. And like,
I feel like from the angle, you guys will just see like Revia's horns, and then like her tail flicking like a cat almost. But more like, this is fascinating as opposed to like, I'm annoyed.
Yeah. So you
but
do see
from the back of the spider, she'll just be staring at the sky, like making no attempt to break out yet, but just. All right, I think that.
Have Zolan roll me an animal handling check with Zolan, if you don't mind.
Oh no,
buddy, everything's fine. It's all right. Don't worry, my guy. It's okay. Don't worry. Oh god, that was a 6, but thank goodness we have a good bonus for that.
Okay. He didn't seem too thrilled about the end thing, but you don't seem to be panicking. But his eyes have not left you since, like, you've been stuck to its butt.
Oh, buddy, it's okay.
But yeah, it's just kind of waiting for instructions back and forth.
Maybe,
I think at that point, Quinn be like, satisfied?
Quinn, maybe cocooning us in the middle of a fight wouldn't be the best.
You might have a point there.
What are the
That being
points?
said, she's gonna test the strength as you're talking. So go ahead, but she's just messing with the strength of it.
It's strong.
How far can that reach? A dragon flies high and more to the point quickly. It will constantly be out of our range.
The snooty one is wondering how far you can travel.
This one's travel has no limits.
She says she has no limits.
Ordained by High Priestess.
This one, but how about the other ones? Are they all the same?
Listen, one guy survived the fall. The rest of y'all.
That was a slow build.
What if there's only one really good one and the rest are like, you're gonna have to wait like 5 minutes for my recharge, and I can only go 30 feet at a time?
I have to roll a
It's time
5
to
or
catch
6
the
on this
rolls,
die real
Mondays.
quick. Hold on.
Yeah, my matters when I roll.
This one
so-
still need protection.
I don't think she's ever needed protection. She's powerful. She can defend her.
Somewhat confused, it kind of leans his butt down to one side and lets you kind of roll off and just kind of gently unpacks you.
She thought you needed protection. That's why she was wrapping you up.
There's gonna be a second where Revia is like trying to hold back the fact that yes, I could read spider body language pretty well, and I could tell that was happening. But she's just gonna like keep quiet and just focus on the spider right now.
Okay, Quinn.
Yes?
I think we need to work on our communication skills.
Mhm.
Because you have a habit of saying way too little and not illustrating what really needs to be done. And if she doesn't know what to do in the fight against Dragoff, that's going to be real bad. So,
All right. I'll let her know. We are going
no, hold on. Before you even do that, let her know what. What are you going to say?
I'm going to tell her that we're going to be facing an enemy that is quite capable in aerial combat. And we will be constantly trying to engage him in such a way. He will be moving, he will be mobile, and we have to make sure that she and her comrades will be able to catch up with it.
It is also a very deadly opponent.
They are aware. They are great hunters, believe it or not.
Before all that, I would strongly recommend this be a plan B. Right now I don't have a plan A, but being able to attack Dragoff in short bursts as we are repositioned puts us severely on our back foot. We cannot bring our full force to bear. So if there is an alternative, it would be superior, but
I see.
this is the best option I've seen so far. I just wanted to point out that limitation.
The snooty one has no faith in you.
What?
Then the studious one shall learn.
Uh,
As it does that, and just kind of seeing the awkward communication thing going on, Roland, you'll feel a weird two-fingered hand go onto your shoulder, and just kind of like suggest that you stop casting for a moment. And you see it as the Myconid Archdruid in your head. I have this under control. This was amusing though, and spreads its spores around again.
I only had 2 minutes left.
And
fucking
you're
fate of the world. This goddamn druid is in the back like these fucking idiots.
And spreads the spores so you can now communicate with each other openly.
Thank you for your voluntary arrival.
Voluntary.
And any others who arrive.
Volunteer.
I feel
I serve the High Priestess. She ordered, and so I went.
either way, you are deemed herald at the very least, from what we've heard you've been called, which is why I'm a little hesitant to put you and others like you in the line of fire. We do have in Revia's past, she's never heard of like the Klex and Quinn's Spider Boys gals ever interacting. Has she? Those lines have never crossed, right?
No. Are you gonna have airborne spider bombs? Yes.
There's gonna be a mothership with a big bug with all of the spiders on top of it, and then they're just gonna airdrop onto the fight to save us. No, but Raphael will kind of like say to everybody around. My initial instinct is to reach out to the Klex to see if they could provide flight in some manner. I know that they are capable of strange, almost mutation items, or even granting flight to those who did not have it, or Vectix specifically tends to have many flight-based units. And they are, of course, no offense to you, she'll look at the spider again, Tenali. They are meant for war in the sense that any lost are expected to be lost. I don't think you should be expected to be lost. I'd rather get rid of the Klex than your beautiful flower-ass, flowery, beautiful face.
That's just
This
Roll.
one. Sorry. Go ahead.
Roll was just gonna kind of remind, I guess, like, wasn't the Klex like the biggest source of power he got using his Defiler magic? I don't know if that makes them more susceptible to it, but
I don't think
he-
so.
he defiled a fuck ton of Klex.
No, he did, but that's because there was a shit ton. But if they get like an item from them that grants them flight or something, like some kind of mutation thing, that
Oh, you're saying Ida. I thought you were saying gotcha. Okay. I'm picking up
right,
what
like
you put
she
down
was, she did say units, but that was like backup plan. But she was first talking about like their ability to. Like,
I was just imagining swarms of them coming in and him just being like, Defiler magic, ooh.
No. Because that's also like that's part of the problem is like if we bring the spiders, there are more bodies on the field to possibly be defiled or whatever and whatever. Like if there's a way that everyone can individually fly, like sustained in any kind of fashion, that's not like a concentration spell because fucking Dragoth's breath weapons were hitting us for like 70 casually when Nenners was rolling garbage. So concentration spells might not stick. So like just try to come up with a solution that's like not based off of a bad roll, essentially, is what Revia is essentially trying to do. And that's why she's thinking of reaching out.
This one has no fear. Loss is inevitable. To serve is forever.
Oh god, I'm getting tears. So beautiful, man. Okay.
I don't know. It's good to have a plan for dealing with flying in the vicinity of the battle. I don't know if we have to be concerned. My initial thought was he'll fly faster than anything we can come up with. But I don't think he's going to flee if we attack his base of strength. It'll be to destroy us. So I agree, any sort of sustained flight is preferable. Ideally, he would be grounded, but there's no reliable method for that I can imagine.
Euphemy's
I
gonna
think-
speak up. Oh,
No, after you. Go ahead.
okay. She's gonna be like, I actually think the mutation idea might be good. Also, don't we all have cloaks from Tithian?
Yeah, but that's a slow fall, basically. It's like a glided cape that
Well,
makes our slower.
Here's how I'm going with that. Let's say we are able to get this mutation thing from the Glex, even if we are knocked out of the air, and I assume some of us will be at some point. We have the slow fall, not to mention the aid of the Herald here, which will give the Herald time enough to catch us if multiple of us are stricken out of the air at the same time. Or, you know. In other words, if we get the mutant fly thing, and then we get swatted, and then we start falling, then Spider could teleport up, get us, even if, you know, they were otherwise engaged that round, like they went before us, spent all their actions, reactions, whatever. But if we're still falling, that gives them time in the next round to be like, zero, and then grab us, and then zero back to the ground. It's going to be great. There you go.
I need a soundboard of Maya's teleportation noises.
Yep.
I love the there you go at the end where it's just like, that's a nice neat package for you, my guy.
Bob's your uncle.
You're welcome.
There's a potentiality if everyone has those cloaks. There was something I was considering for better disposal of the spores. If someone can manipulate the wind, I know there are several different spells, but there is one in particular that gives one control over a large area. You can either create a breeze or an updraft. If the wind was strong enough lifting upwards, those cloaks might actually do more than just reduce falling speed. They might not be the most controllable, but they would keep you airborne.
With wind wall?
Potentially. I was thinking control winds, but wind wall might in a specific area.
No, that wasn't me in character asking that. God damn it.
I know.
Did you
I was thinking
respond to just there?
I do want to say real quick, we've gone way past the break
I
time.
gotta pee, I gotta
and
pee so
Zeus's
bad.
bladder has to be on the verge of bursting. So
And I want to go talk to my husband and see if he's being sent
pin
down
and all this stuff. If you don't mind, we'll be back in 10-ish minutes. Foos, if you need more time, please take it, obviously. And we'll continue this lovely discussion of airdrops fucking spiders off of the back of bugs.
Tell you what, you want strong winds? Here you go. There you go. There's a strong wind right there. You got Storm of Vengeance.
Oh my god.
I was
Alright, we'll
also
be right
thinking
back.
control weather.
Yeah, control weather is where my brain is going at least.
Welcome back. We're kind of back. Kid's
We're
not
super
full.
back.
Don't worry about him. Yeah, we're back. We're discussing options for
Don't make me laugh,
the
man.
Dragoth final fight of this particular campaign.
Discussing very real, viable
So-
options.
So, Nenners,
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that the way you have the spider posted up, and all I see is life bars, it's like the spider has us wrapped in a tarp. Or
Yeah,
something.
I got him.
It's a trapdoor spider.
We're under there somewhere. Is it?
Actually, she's
flowers
based on
and
a
the
jumping
joints.
spider.
Hmm?
She's based on a jumping spider.
The skull on the booty.
A jumping spider doesn't work with the trapdoor spider joke that I was going for, kid.
Oh, I know.
He
Never
knows. He
changed
doesn't
it.
give a shit now.
Susie, thank you for shouting out the artist in the chat, by the way. Appreciate
Yeah, thank you for
Yeah, of course. But go check them out because that shit's dope.
it. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, oh yeah, they
One
make
thing-
some beautiful art.
One thing we did discuss in the break that I actually want to follow up on, because the 4 definition wizards in a can doesn't it's not a real plan.
You sure?
I mean, it would work, but it's not a real plan. Raw, it would work. You just need 4 divination wizards with low portents and a legendary magic item. It's not easy, but it's raw.
All set. Go ahead. Sorry. What else were you gonna
It
bring
just
up?
depends on how low those portents are and how strong his wisdom save is. But point being, the real plan is I want to artificer some nonsense. So that's going to have to wait until we get to Waterdeep, because I'm not going to ask the druids to help me come up with an arcane machine, because they don't know nothing about this. They know lots of things about other things, but they're not my crew to talk to about how do I harness magical energies and transpose them into other things.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. So you're waiting to go to Waterdeep, essentially.
I'll start, like, I'm kicking the idea around myself, but until I can get to some other folks who are also of the right.
Well, I'm
arcane
sure
knowledge.
and Deep knows some folks. Well, they're probably preoccupied at the moment, but
Yes, well, we'll have to borrow what attention they can spare.
I do have a handful of names. We'll need to check in on them when we get to the city.
okay.
I forgot we just have that person's not here. We're talking to them remotely. I forgot about that. So we can actually get this ball rolling.
The best part about this, I love the irony, is that the person who could have helped you most is the person you killed on your other character.
Who?
Oh,
Oh, the gnome guy.
Umber Pendragon. Yeah, he was the lead
Yeah, well,
artificer engineer.
technically, I just sent him to a random destination on the astral plane and hit him with a fireball on the way out. So he might be alive.
Also, technically, we don't know if that happened yet.
It did, absolutely. You
Okay.
100% know.
Well, we don't know what happened.
Roland would know because of City Watch. That happened with the City Watch.
Oh, I don't know. They don't know.
I didn't want to address that game because I was looking at the destruction specifically on the docks, and I made my ass a guy who lives on a boat. He's probably dead. Almost.
The wizard with
certainly.
no
Hello
magic.
there, Insomnia Knight. Thanks for subscribing to us with a tier 1.
What's up, Insomnia? What up, brother?
Simon,
Maya,
quick,
every time
fire
we get
it
a
in.
subscription, we need your announcement in that every time. You are now, that's your job. That's what we pay you for here.
You know, we could record it
Yes,
and
thank
set
you.
it up as auto thing.
Make that a
Insomnia is one of
soundbite.
my favorite human beings on this lovely planet. If you ever get a chance, check out his fucking channel. It's
This is
chaos
great.
and amazing. Shout out to him. And I need to know about your Lancer thing. If you could spam that in our chat, mostly for me. I just want to see if you're running it. Thank you.
Just for me.
I
All right.
appreciate
Well,
that.
then, yeah,
No,
I
I-
forgot. We have this remote intelligence who can do some things that aren't restricted by being in a druid grove. Right. If there are people you can sort out and talk to, get things lined up ahead of time. Essentially, my thought is this. This is a source of arcane, well, not necessarily arcane, but it is a source of magical power. And one thing, granted, I am, I suppose, a journeyman in crafter terms, or as far as artificing goes, but I am familiar with infusing magical energies into items. My thought is to create an arcane focus that houses one of these spore clusters. I don't know if we could get more than one use out of it, but we'll have more than one to fuel multiple castings. My initial thought was fog cloud, as it covers a much larger area than these do inherently, and if the fog can suspend and carry the spores, we have less concern about being inaccurate. Though, potentially, if it could fuel the casting of any spell, something like a magic missile that just doesn't miss, would be ideal. But this felt more synergetic. Synergetic is a fun word.
It is.
Yeah.
You're so smart.
I feel like that was you, Femi, in character in the background.
No, absolutely not. You shut up. Let's go.
I know. But I don't want to roll in, so you know.
We can provide, and this is Porcino. We can provide transportation back to Waterdeep. Whatever you need.
Treants again. This is so cool.
The treants, unfortunately, will be needed here for a bit.
Actually, on that, can you do your portals anywhere? Or do you need information first?
Anywhere there is nature, we can get you there.
Real quick, Roland, is there nature in the kennels of caves of bullshit that Dragoth probably has Cecilia locked up in?
The kennels? Did she put Cecilia in a kennel in a cave?
The
I
dog?
love the way your brain works. This is great.
Oh my goodness.
The dungeons in the sky. I don't know.
The air kennels.
Listen, sometimes
That
skies
new
be
Airbud
having
movie?
games,
Air
bro.
Kennel.
Okay, so I would argue that cloud and weather patterns are a part of nature. They could teleport you up there. Of course, there's the issue of, well, no terra firma. And B, any kind of particular magical maladies that may be existing up there while you travel. So that'd be something to factor in. But Porcino would explain to you that, yeah, he could teleport you into a cloud, but you would immediately start falling and...
Well, he was talking to the spiders.
Oh, that was... Okay. So the spiders would have to know conceptually where they're going. The Dragoth thing is a little weird because it's a one-off situation. But it can be told certain planes to go to, and it'll go to like a random section of it, or if you tell it specifically to go. And I would say the High Priest wills it. It could take you specifically there, but that also, and Quinn would know, would pull from her power in connecting those two dots.
Okay, so Team Secret Ninja save Cecilia with spiders isn't likely to go off.
From the kennels in the air cave.
Just compare the conversation, the brief and succinct conversation that was had when we came back with Theron in character, and then what just came out of Roland's face.
I wouldn't miss this for the world. Thank you guys.
Oh my lord.
Hey, you're gonna miss out on this for a month, so enjoy it while you got it.
For sure.
That's true. Poor Fendi.
I think you're too much of that Bethesda shit. Think about sky glitches.
Did you say sky bitches?
Sky
bitches.
Oh, sky bitches in the kennels.
Just like there's a cave in the sky. We don't know how this got here.
Okay, so there's potential spider break outage of.
I love that sentence so much, Nanners.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know if it's really,
So we got that going. Was there anything you guys wanted to do before you changed locations? Okay, Rolf's okay. Rolf, what are we doing?
Uh-oh.
Rolf's just reattuning.
Reattuning to. Oh, did you send me something in chat? Did I miss it?
I typed up earlier as a
Okay.
placeholder reminder, but he's going to try to reattune to Whoop Loop and
Yeah.
the robe of capacitance.
Capacitance. Okay, sounds good.
Taking off the blood bug nonsense and the hemodome.
Damn, I don't get to fucking power word kill you again. All right, sounds good. Fuse, I can smell something cooking. What you got?
You don't know, Nenners.
Can you
Fuck right off, Nenners. Oh god, I can't remember. Was Dragoff like resistant or like immune to necrotic damage that I remember? That Revive remembers. I know psychic damage was just like a fucking
Just
no.
Being undead are your favorite enemy. You would know.
Yeah, that's what it is because he's a dead bitch. Okay, good. That's good.
Oh,
good.
fuck.
Okay.
So what does it
Fabulous.
mean? What does it mean when somebody is your favorite enemy?
You're exceptionally good at killing them.
Okay, can you tell if something's undead?
Yeah, it's like imagine like being trained to hunt something very specifically. Like you would know how it walks, you know where to shoot it. You know what I mean? Like it's very much that's a rangery thing. You know, like I've literally trained and studied you. I can tell.
Okay.
With that being said, could you remind us what all we know and learned from our interactions with them? What vulnerabilities, weaknesses, strengths?
It doesn't really have vulnerabilities. I think we just know
you guys
about
didn't
it.
see any vulnerabilities during that fight.
He's susceptible to pizza rolls.
Tostinos could be a legit strategy. You need to acquire the right flavor, though. That's the truth.
If we could go to Waterdeep and get a mom to bank some Totitos, we should be good.
Yep. Let's go.
We do know that obviously necrotic, like poison, psychic are no-nos. For sure.
Yes. He seemed to be immune to those. He was immune to stun as well.
Both weapons are still super effective against them, right?
The bug weapons don't have an effect on him. He's not like they will hit him, but it's like they don't. He doesn't have that resistance that the other four did, essentially.
So it doesn't do extra. Yeah, it doesn't break the.
Yeah. Yes. I'm gonna swap back to pins and needles for my short sword.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so yeah, we're doing some equipment swapping. I will say, he's just strong, very capable.
Where the fuck is my lash?
Obviously, close and long range, very high flight speed, although that might change depending on spore deployment.
Did he have magic resistance?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a dragon.
Super 100%.
And he a dark dragon god thing.
Didn't we also talk about making plans to maybe talk to Crazy Dude about the dragon staff thing?
Crazy Dude. Black staff.
You're talking about Hallister the Black.
Hallister, yeah.
We weren't gonna reach out to Hallister, were we? Because he didn't have the staff anymore.
We
took it away
about
from
a
him.
lot of stuff.
We did. We talked about a lot of things. But that was mostly like backup, like possible dragon fuckery, and whatever. I definitely want to reach out to the Klex before we leave, or I don't know. Are some people going to Waterdeep and then others staying here and then to meet them in Waterdeep, or do we have to move all together? Because if we're just like formulating plans, it might be best if everyone's doing something at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want to
have
everyone
three
back.
archdruids here. Like this is you have power at your disposal should you need.
Yeah. It's just making sure that if Theron wanted to go to Waterdeep right now, I wasn't like, wait, I have to talk to the Klex. You have to stay.
Okay.
That. So he can go if he wants to go enact his plans while I'm doing mine.
Out of curiosity, how far does this telepathic spores thing reach?
Oh,
are we within a cloud that lets us do it, or if I'm spored, I'm spored?
The Porcino would explain that his specific spore thing goes 1,000 feet, but the normal ones do 300.
Okay, well, I'm going to be farther than both of those. So my only thought was, it would be helpful for me to be in communication. Otherwise, I can get more work done in civilization. I am more useful to you, not in this place.
I can still hear you. I should get up for a second.
Yeah, strangely enough, I almost feel like we should send Theron with like a buddy or two, just so that like he can go get some things done, but like also, buddy system.
I vote Roland because he has his weird spy network thing.
Oh my
over there.
god.
What would you call it?
I'm
Dagger?
not bringing the Obsidian Dagger. Or the Obsidian Order? Obsidian Order.
Daggerstone, Brownstone,
Daggerstone was the operative's name.
Oh, okay. The offers their name Butterknife. That's cool.
Oh, seriously, that is a wonderful picture of Nubs. Look at that.
It's killing me. That's why I was making noises, because it's so hard to look at Nenners when he's there and Nubs' face is right next to him.
I think that's why he's doing that. He's trying to trick you.
Gotta throw him off.
Making you fail your concentration checks.
Yeah, exactly.
Give you guys so much ammunition, especially Flanny, because he's in the Nubs album, so it's like you have thousands of pictures of
I mean, I'm happy to just go and work on this. If Roland has a secret society that will help us, then that's...
I don't know that they're equipped to handle what they're already doing the most that they can. Like, they're not... No.
I mean, that's fine. If you don't want to lean on that, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care how thin the Lord's Alliance is stretched, I'm going to be asking questions and pulling on any resource they'll give me.
They're more on like damage
These are like
control.
street level crime fighters, and we're fighting Thanos. You can't.
They're more helping people, putting out fires, literally.
Sure, Daredevil could beat Thanos.
Wasn't there someone else we needed to talk to?
Well, we have.
Roland, give me an in check.
You want to? Oh god, I'm not good at this.
I know, that's why I asked it.
Aren't you a wizard?
Oh my god, he's barely wizard.
Is correct, barely.
All right.
15 was the DC in my head. You have an ancient old dragon that you haven't spoken to.
Cardoon? The one that's healing? Who got his ass handed to him?
Where are you again?
The druids can heal dragons?
Druids are pretty good at healing. I'd argue they'd have access to one of the best healing spells, period.
Sure, I guess.
Jesus.
Do you ever have the DM like hand you a plan and you're like, I guess?
No, I think honestly, Roland is, no offense, smarter than Flandy is in this particular instance, because he would be aware, like, oh yeah, the fucking huge dragon. And I'm hanging out with druids, and I have a history in my family with them because of my peoples.
This does have a vibe of, oh, I do have this Lich Dragon killing super weapon. Did you guys want to use that? I forgot. We don't talk about it that much at home.
The best is like, how long did we talk about flight? And it was like, we don't know anyone who could fly, that could help us in this situation.
In my mind, like, I wrote him off as being like, he's injured as fuck, leave him alone.
I totally understand it. It's just,
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Henry's in a bubble in a pocket dimension. Like,
are you gonna tell me in a minute that you were talking about needing a spore launching machine? I have this machine that launches spores. Will that work?
No, I'm gonna save that till later. Don't worry.
He's gonna save that to when like Dragoth is flying at us, and he'll be like, "Oh, by the way."
You know that spore delivery system you were working on? It has quite the layer of dust on it.
This was plugging in something, but for a second there, it looked like he was trying to load the spore launcher.
Oh my god, he's got it already.
Well, we actually have this old spore launcher from the last time a Lich Dragon showed up, so maybe we can use that.
I'm not gonna. There. I don't want to keep the spring under tension. Anyway, what's up?
Oh my god. Roland will, I guess, ask whichever one is appropriate because he's smarter than I. I have a gold dragon friend, Cardoon, would you be able to help him heal his wounds? He had a nasty run-in with Dragoth while we were in Athos.
The Jews all kind of look at each other. We're aware of Cardoon. I can, and this is your fellow. You're a Furbog, that's it. Narahan speaking. I don't know why the word eluded me. I can reach out to him and see if he can. Well, I guess we can get him here. You said he was injured.
From the last I spoke with him, yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll get on that. And we, at least I, have experience with healing things. Porcino does as well. You see him just kind of nodding his big head. More spallers just kind of falling off. Festius, maybe not so much. But that's a good idea. We're going to need to clear some room. But he brings out what looks like an unassuming, slightly moss-covered stone and begins speaking in Druidic, which I believe the only one who knows that is
Euphemisms.
Euphemisms.
See, I could have known it, but someone stopped my cast in the middle of me doing it.
But anyway, yeah. So he begins to cast a sending spell, and it's just ancient Cardoon. Hear the words of this humble druid as we call upon an ancient pact, and the stone begins to kind of glow, and he seems to be kind of like nodding in response to a conversation you guys aren't exactly hearing, but give it, I'd say, probably like a minute or two afterwards, and he's in not good shape, so I think Porcino is going to volunteer to go pick him up and bring him here. We'll heal him and then see if you can, I guess, figure out how he could be of use. Before we leave, is there anything you need from the Mastika region?
The last I spoke to the Nexels, they didn't have any help to offer, right?
The Nexels are very busy trying to bring their god back to the fore.
Yeah, I can do that later.
Yeah, I mean, God ain't gonna have a place to come back to if we don't.
Yeah,
win.
no, like.
Right. I'll go with.
Porcino looks at you. Okay.
I have something to drop off to the Nexels.
Kit, insert a Z in there. Mastika.
Okay.
Yep.
Wait. Have we been in contact with the Cabal since they got fucked up?
It's kind of impossible for us to get in contact with them because everything is anti-magic. So unless we're there,
yeah.
Euphemia, as much as she hates being there, because it's just to be like, maybe one of us could go contact the Cabal, see how they're doing with the rebuild, or maybe if they have anything else that can counter Dragoth.
You see the
Porcino
is looking at you like, who?
Oh, my bad. Hey, Maya's dumber than Euphemia is. I know you've been throwing Rolos a lot of bones.
All right, give me an in check to see if you'd spill the beans. Hit me.
Huh?
yeah, like they're not supposed to be like a known thing.
An int check? Bro, I don't want to roll int. It's my name. Give me wisdom.
It's an intelligence. You're using your brain. Oh, no, that's important. So it's like a 3.
Get out of here, Rolos.
It's a helmet. You get a +3.
with the T.
So we ain't talked about the Cabal of the. You wrong, man. It's making me roll.
If
For
it-
this. You suck.
Come on, girl, you got this. Come on.
Oh!
All that bitching and moaning, and you roll a natural 20 on me.
Let's
Plus
go.
3.
Hey, listen, I gotta set it up. You know, I gotta build the.
He was real scared. Okay.
So yes, yeah, you found me. You it's like you're about to say that you just bite, like you instinctually just bite your tongue, and that doesn't. We'll retcon that particular part of the conversation.
If it helps, I wasn't listening because I was pondering the insanity that druids don't get true polymorph. That feels so druidy.
True.
Well, they kind of do with their shapeshift, though.
Yeah, but I need them to polymorph me.
For
I was
For
like,
you,
"Where's
Fibby.
the other shoe?" All right, can't say.
for Eupheme's sake, Roland kind of like flashes
hold
his
on.
robe to her.
Actually, Euphemia was gonna walk over to. Well, I mean, what do you need, Rollins?
I feel like he didn't say it, but like Roland was able to catch on, and he just kind of flashes his robes to you to like.
Stop exposing yourself.
No, it's on the outside. Get out of here! He's waving it. It's all right. Y'all need a damn demonstration. Hold on.
This is Flandy After Dark, by the way. Send all tips to OnlyFlans.com.
So you're making it billow. You're not flashing.
What the fuck is happening there?
The word
Fuck all y'all.
is just a specific word.
I have no idea what that demonstration was for, man. But okay.
Get out of here!
I don't know where you found me. You suddenly get flashed by Roll.
Flashing his robe, not flashing himself. There's a difference. Anyways.
Menders, why? Why? Why?
Oh boy.
Why?
Oh yeah.
Why? Because I got it, man. This is
Oh,
the
God,
crew you
yeah.
roll with, kid. I'm sorry. Anywho, all right. So there's some exhibition going on there. I don't know if you finally caught the message, but
Well,
that's in the air.
what Euphemia was thinking was they can't even communicate over Discord because everybody's in this network. She was thinking maybe she could ask the Herald if she could hitch a ride with them, and then break off from the group once they arrive. But there's no way for her to communicate that.
It's not the Herald. It's Porcino, the Spore Druid, who's gonna go there.
Right? No, I meant like. it
Oh, you
doesn't-
want to? Did you want to? You could talk to the spores if you're within 1,000 feet of the spider. You can talk to them.
directly? Just
Yeah.
isolated? Oh, okay. She's gonna be like, excuse me, would you be okay with coming with us on this trip to see Cardoon? Dragon, by the way. There's someone else I want to visit there, but I kind of need to do it discreetly, and since you can teleport. Well, maybe that's kind of a crude face for what you can do, but maybe you could.
If the redeemed one wills.
Oh boy. she looks at Quinn and be like, hey Quinn, I need to borrow you for a second. Over the spores directly to him. With the Herald looped in. Actually, she's gonna loop in Rolos and most of the crew. Theron doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about, so she's not gonna bother him with that. But.
Okay, so everyone but Theron and the druids got it. Is in this party chat. What do you? How are you addressing Quinn?
Yeah, she's just okay. So Quinn, Quinn was with us when we went to the Cabal fight, right?
No.
I feel like he joined us right before.
He joined you right before you guys went to Athens.
Athos. Yeah. It's right around that cusp. It's tricky. With the
Shit.
numbers, but yeah.
Okay. Do we? She's gonna loop Quinn out for a second. Because
Quinn.
what I was
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
is, while we're out there seeing Cardoon, one of us could peel off, contact Cabal, see what's going on over there, and if we could get anything from them or give me assistance in item form or whatever the case. And the Herald can help us discreetly move to them and then come back.
I'm pretty sure we got all the help that we were able to get from them. Our items are currently on loan from them anyways.
And not only that, but I worry that anything they nullify, Dragoth doesn't need. Because they... Oh, fuck, I don't know if Revive would say it this way, but I'm going to say it this way if I'm super wrong, or if Revive would not know how to say this, then
It's okay, we've all been wrong, and our characters have been smarter than us consistently this night.
No, I think it's the other way around. Like, Foos knows things that I don't think Revive would, but Revive is going to say, their magic and their abilities rely on interrupting the weave and magic itself. And Dragoth has taken it down, and his abilities don't rely on it. So their speciality isn't necessarily going to help us as much as it has in other cases.
Might be a two-punch, because if we enact these spores appropriately, then that would be what he's relying on.
That's true. But, as you mentioned, I'm not sure they have much
Roll
left.
me an Arcana check, please.
No!
I didn't mean to interrupt that brutally, Foos. Continue.
No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. I want to see what happens. He rolled a
Thad,
30.
You're...
Wait, hold on. Why does that keep rolling?
Yeah, ask these questions.
Your impeccably educated mind by the lovely
Magically educated mind.
Mad and/or the Chaste. Revia's touching on something. The anti-magic was specific to the weave. There's a really good chance that, or perhaps something beyond that, that Dragoth won't be pulling from it.
He's not pulling from the weave, he's pulling from the defiling that he's been doing.
Correct.
And
That's
this
why I
won't
was like, I don't think
necessarily disrupt the
Revia would know
defiling.
that because she's not our canon.
That's why I
but Foos
interrupted
knows
you.
it. Thanks,
Yeah.
man.
You know, the funny thing about these Arcana rolls with that is that every time you do it, Flandy, I imagine Thad looking down on us as like a transparent face in the sky, going, ah! And then you get the answer from him, and you're like, yes!
It's the wild magic. He just knows when to appear.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So yeah, with that education gone, proceed, please.
But I think you're right. It does. He's not pulling it from the weave per se, which is what they're pulling their stuff. This is complicated. If you go there, I think it's to say hello and see how they're doing, not necessarily to ask them for help.
At the very least, we could check on them. So loop Quinn in.
Are they even gonna be there anymore?
Didn't they like evacuate and like fuck the fuck off because they got attacked by the firstborn in the middle of us being there?
No, they got attacked by the Gith afterwards.
Yeah.
Well, the Gith were chasing the guys there, and kind of, it was an awkward scene.
Yeah. But didn't I don't remember. Did they like leave to come back with the intention of it, or was it more like we're evacuating Wink? I'm gonna come back to this bitch.
So the issue with the Blackstone Cabal is their numbers were very low.
Yeah.
So all the losses they sustained from anyone, it'd be very difficult to defend that spot with the four guys and the geriatric dude, right? Like,
right. this our whole team.
Yeah, pretty much.
But they had a Skaven.
They did have a Skaven. They absolutely did. And
that's not a force multiplier. That's a force like
provider.
Yeah.
It's a wild card. He's a wild card.
Yeah, I was like, but we were under the impression though, right, that they probably weren't coming back.
Yeah. I think
we talked to them on their way out, right?
Yeah, they weren't going to use that as a base of operations, especially since it had been compromised by both the Gith and the Klex.
Yeah.
Are they still hanging out at the butcher shop then?
If it's still up.
Yeah, we have. We're all kind of reminded, like, quite frankly, I don't even know that we know where to start looking to find them. I don't know if they're returning, and Butcher shop's probably a good place to start, but who knows if they're still there either.
Quick question, and this one is probably something for Theron too. Not immediately, but whatever happened to that captain that we saved? The Luskin dude that Euphemia wanted to brutally murder.
Ain't he dead?
Did we kill him?
No, you weren't here for that. This was part of the Zuel shit.
Yeah.
So presumably he got taken underwater by the weird water beast.
Yeah, he's MIA, we'll say.
She's sleeping with the fish hairs.
Don't spare her feelings, man. Just tell her.
Well, I don't want to. It's information they haven't
We don't
sought
know
out,
yet.
So I don't want to give it to them.
That was.
But,
I
I do, but she has to earn it.
That was more
The
of like a
antecedent.
potential, like Theron likes connections and stuff. Lead.
That's Yep.
That was one of the people we were supposed to reach out to, or things.
Okay. How do you plan?
I don't
on
remember.
reaching out to them?
I don't remember who was doing it. I think it was Revia.
Wait, who?
The antecedent.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
I was like, there are some powerful people that we were supposed to reach out to, and I'm like, trying my damnedest to remember this from 2 weeks ago.
I think it was, yeah, I think Revia brought it up because she was just like, fucking, who knows? That guy fucked off, but like, I think she was also looking to reach out to him more because like he might have answers as opposed to like he can give us a boon kind of situation. Yeah. But she was also worried that he like fucked off the whole realm because I think that was his plan in the first place. So I think just for like meta purposes, she'll ask the druids that like if they know of any kind of possible communication with such a creature.
Aboliths are creatures of the far realm, aberrations, unnatural. Not going to mince words here. For the most part, they're considered enemies of nature, and largely of this realm. I don't believe we have a pipeline. I imagine Porcino could probably communicate to it if it's within range. It'd be interesting to see how their mind powers interact.
What exactly is Porcino's range?
He says 1,000 feet, though I suspect it's larger. The Myconids can be close to the whatever counts as their chest with some of their abilities.
I do imagine he's farther than that, though.
Sending can sometimes go through planes if you are familiar with him and have the spell.
Does Rolo have sending?
He does.
Okay. I feel like she hasn't seen that happen. Okay. She will thank him.
Oh shit!
She will thank him.
ASMR again. Awesome.
We have to make weird sounds on like.
No, I hate it. Stop. Okay. She'll bring it up with Rolo. I'm not sure how many spell slots you have to offer, but you've met this creature before, so it might be possible for you to reach out again.
I feel like Roland's just like kind of like, I can't I just lend you my power because I don't think I had the best rapport with it.
I don't think you do, and fucking wish I could. But look, this is what we got.
Is Quinn looped in on this one or no?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
So you just called him like unattention and then just fucking left him there.
I mean, I can call him to attention.
Oh my god, that's why boy does this to me sometimes. He'll call me and then put me on hold.
I'm gonna do that from now on. I'm just gonna be like, hey, Dennis, get in disco.
Oh my god.
What's up, man? Yeah, I'll be right back. Anyway, I'm sorry. You were ignoring Quinn and doing something else. What was it?
Yeah, she's gonna ask Roland to see if he can try and establish a connection. Which I'm sure.
Why isn't this ritual?
About.
This is bullshit. All right.
Ritual sending.
He's not gonna let that go.
Oh my god.
All right.
This This is gonna be fun. Strap in, boys.
Okay, well,
25 words.
What should I say?
Start, just to give up.
I started 3 sentences and I just bailed on all of them. She would say, well, first we have to just see if the connection works, and if it does, in 10 words explain what we're fighting for, and another 3 ask if it can help.
Euphemia chimes in. She's like, let me stop you right there. You want him to explain in 10 words? Let's give him the 10 words.
Okay, give him the 10 words.
My name is Maya. Maya has Dane Bramage. We're talking to the antecedent.
Hold the reverse card.
Who she has never met before, right?
This is such a Friday.
You were not here. You were not.
Am I right though? We're talking to the antecedent who she has never met before.
You have not met the antecedent.
Yeah, she's
No,
like, I don't think I've never met this individual. I don't know how to best.
You don't have to know the individual to come up with 10 words to explain our situation and ask for help.
Very well. Actually, no. Wait, hold on. She looks right at Theron.
We don't.
He's an expert communicator. I think we can rely on him. His face, I love it.
I've been working on ideas. I've been scheming. Y'all were talking about people that I don't know and don't relate to.
He's scheming hard over there.
I'm just saying, if we get enough people who can cast True Polymorph, we can send a bunch of ancient dragons at this bitch. And then after we run out of ancient dragon HP, the actual fight starts with us.
Oh my god.
Level 9 spells are a bitch and a half. All right.
Nonsense.
I can certainly help advise on wood crafting a message. What is the ultimate goal?
Well, first off, what do we exactly want to say to him? Let's workshop this before we send the message. I don't know enough about this scene.
Fucking seriously. Ravia's like almost is probably looking slightly impatient right now.
I got it.
We're all doomed.
Apparently he hasn't.
It's his
Antecedent.
spell slot and likely his demise if it goes poorly.
Oh.
So
I'll tell you now before I send it. I'm not.
what, reckless?
Do you want to roll a saving throw now or later? No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. Maybe not.
And then he leaves.
Roll a mistake. I'm not opposed to help, but this is what I've got so far. Antecedent. We fight Dragoth from Mathis. We seek information and counsel for this fight. Can we request an audience?
That's not 10 words.
That's perfect though. No, she was breaking it up because she was like 10 words to do this, 5 words to do that, and all within the 25 words.
Oh.
That's good.
Did you use all 25? I didn't count.
No, that's 19.
No, he's short. Yeah.
All right.
I definitely used word for this. This is amazing.
Oh!
I just
I
typed
was like, I'm impressed right now. That was pretty
Yeah.
good. Alright.
Part of me
You shouldn't
is
have said
upset
anything.
that you use Microsoft Office for all of your fucking modern problems, but I'm glad this
Okay, I
actually
know
worked.
we're derailing so
I
much today,
don't-
but I just have to say this one last thing. I'm sorry. For a client today, I had to make a fucking PowerPoint presentation, and I was tearing my fucking hair out while I was doing it. And Dubs came home early, and he was like, "You should call Flandy. He probably knows all about this." And I was like, "I'm gonna throw you and Flandy out this goddamn window." Anyway.
I'm not even there.
You have to go pick you up.
Oh, that's amazing.
Dude, show
All
me
right.
that you would throw you out the window.
Okay.
Certainly
I have-
an efficient use of your 25 words. If you have 6 to spare, I'm unfamiliar with the individual, but if flattery will get you anywhere, perhaps some carefully selected adjectives.
I don't think flattery. I would be amazed if it even gave us the time. Unless you think otherwise, Ravia.
Read me the message one more time. I'm sorry.
Antecedent. We fight Dragoth from Athos. We seek information and counsel for this fight. Can we request an audience?
What is this voice?
If flattery would not be useful, then perhaps just a reminder that everyone stands to lose, themselves included.
So, our last interaction with this mighty being was pretty much save me or I'll destroy you all eventually. It was trapped for how many years? Was it millennia? I don't remember the
Very long.
word it used to quantify the years, but it was more than I can count.
Well, in this case, isn't it save us or Dragoff will destroy us all?
The problem is, I don't think it cares for our realm's well-being, let alone Athos's.
This is therefore just a whole straight up other plane. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think we also know that like its intention was to kind of like fuck off after a while.
Okay, so
or at least that's what it
can
told us.
appeal to its own survival then.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
If
Yeah.
the leave is damaged, would it be able to leave so easily? Wouldn't it run into complications?
It's an otherworldly thing. It might not
Aboleths
rely
are
on it, but we...
powerhouses, especially at that age. So it has no need for magic.
What if it did though?
Why don't you send sending and then just make faces if it responds?
He's gonna try to just get a nosebleed.
Oh my god.
Think he's mad.
All right. I think we'll leave it as is for now. I don't have enough words to persuade any further than that. I have ideas, but see what happens. He'll try to reach out. I don't know if we need to make the connection first, but he'll send the sending and antecedent. We fight Dragoth for Mathis. We seek information and counsel for this fight. Can we request an audience? XO, love rolling.
You know, retroactively, I am hearing the can we request sending the message is already requesting an audience, so that wasn't on. Doesn't matter.
That was kind of implying like, yo, I can't do this all day long. Can you come see us?
Yeah, exactly.
us to
More
you.
of a like,
Yeah.
we got, and you know how okay, I'm not gonna say that. Sounds really mean, but yes, we need help.
Like about 15 seconds later, almost to the point where you're like, did that go through? You get, the waterlogged half-breed giant.
Waterlogged.
You helped me once, but was paid in full. What would you pledge for my assistance? What would you give? I need you to roll me a int saving throw, but I will say you can sense that this is to form a connection. So you would resist this connection and sever it, assuming you pass the roll, or you can let it through and it'll connect to you.
I will
just wanna
say.
point out- sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to point out that it used 16% of its sending allocation to insult you.
I mean, let's roll this. That's to be expected.
I will say for the crew, Roland would have said out loud every word as he was hearing it. So that way they had a live feed of what it was. And was there any time between the last word and the save?
No, it was instant. It was like that, and then you felt the connection attempt to form.
That's cool.
And he'll just kind of like give them the look and let it go through, I guess.
Okay. You feel the presence of the antecedent like way heavy on your mind. Unfortunately, Roland's had his mind perused by quite a few creatures, but there's something about there's like a level of gravitas that this creature has, and then has to like pare back a little bit so that it doesn't crush you under its own kind of intellectual weight. But forgive me, the magic tastes like iron on my tongue. I'd rather not use sending. Dragoth, I have heard of him. I heard he's doing not so great things to your realm. He's allied with some of my kinfolk, none of which I particularly treasure. What do you want? Why should I save you?
Rolf's like, he's like, anybody? Nobody's whispering in my ear.
I mean, can we hear that?
Yeah.
No.
Then you're on your own, pal.
Rolf would be like, unless he told him to like shut the fuck up, like he's repeating everything he's saying out loud for the crew.
Okay. Yeah, you're straining. Like you can tell it. Like,
that's a lot to focus on.
Yeah, I would say you could do it. You're at this level. Your proficiency bonus alone should be enough to. But it's not smooth. Is what
Real
I'm trying to say.
quick, what does Theron know about the antecedent? Anything?
Give me a history check.
Ooh, all right, let's go.
Go Theron.
You are a well-educated man.
That's one of your there
That's
we
one of the
go.
ones I can't roll bad at.
Nice. Very nice.
Decent.
Theron, this is like a footnote in a book that was extra credit for something that you were mildly interested in, right? It's not a ton of information, but you remember reading upon a very, very powerful aboleth who at some point was tricked by a beholder of some kind and was never seen again. There was questions as to how it happened or where it happened. It's unclear as to the motivations of the beholder, other than the usual paranoia. But you know that it was a shockingly old and powerful aboleth. Excuse me.
All right, follow-up question. What's there to know about aboleths?
Theron, we'll use the same history check. Aboleths are very much.
I guess to get to the point, just so you don't have to give me. I'm just trying to determine if I can come at this. This is what he would want. I'm trying to come from a place of what can I bargain with.
Okay, so aboleths are typically they like having thralls or slave races, for no other better term, to do their kind of mundane stuff, and they control them either chemically with their weird tentacles that change people into things that you've killed earlier and yesterday, or they can psionically dominate them and create all kinds of other issues with that. Truth be told, a world without magic would only benefit him and his people, because magic is one of the potent things that could stop them. And without that, stop them, detect them, all you remove magic from that equation, like humanity has no chance against those things.
Okay, so he's actively going against his own interests to help us.
That being said, he's no longer here according to their conversation.
Gotcha.
So it's not an immediate interest to him. However, if you heard what he said, you know that they've already saved him once. So there's a bit of trust there.
Sure.
That could possibly be manipulated or built upon.
Okay, so my thought, and I guess I will shoot this to everyone but Roland, because I don't trust that this guy won't hear the thoughts of spores in the head.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is little to offer an aboleth outside of slaves, but from what I understand, Dragov has a sizable army of undead forces that they might make adequate use of as slaves. That honestly kills two birds with one stone. For that army would have to be dealt with after Dragov's demise regardless. But if they take it away to another place... There's logistics involved, but...
Yeah. That's gross, but can work.
I don't know anything about this antecedent. That sounds dangerous, like playing with fire.
Well, I know there's a horde of zombies that need to be dealt with one way or another, and I'm certainly not going to offer up sapient beings as fodder simply to secure an alliance.
I do want to add one more thing I forgot to mention. With them, aboleths typically don't like each other. They used to have an empire, but that fell, and now they're just kind of like antagonistic, egotistical assholes. So they typically don't work together. They're very much fiefdoms. So you can perhaps play upon the idea of fucking over.
You'll be the strongest aboleth in all the land.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that.
I think that's worth mentioning, at least.
I'm happy to present another offer, but I don't have one on hand, other than just material wealth that we would have to source from somewhere.
Wait, did Duran know the thing that Niners just said? About them having potential enemies? Well, them being antagonistic toward each other?
That is the angle I'm going to present the army as.
Okay.
Yeah, you will gain servitude to do the menial task that you are certainly above, as well as
I feel like
positioning yourself to be stronger than the other aboleths.
I feel like in time, while they're like strategizing behind the scenes, Rome's just kind of like, to be honest, I was hoping for just an altruistic act, but I understand that was highly unlikely.
Oh my god.
Give me a persuasion and disadvantage.
No.
Oh, god. Alright, you have good bonuses to that. Who knows? Who knows? Just roll,
The only reason why you can roll is because you saved him before.
Yup. God. I was hoping you would just do this cause, but
He was saying it like, ooh.
Why do you... That's not going to convince him. It has to be wrong.
Okay, we're back with the barely legal bonus here, but okay.
boy.
The audacity of the younger races almost never surprises me.
You have two inspiration stone nenners. Just point that out if you want to knock that
I
down.
can't make that negative. I can't make it anymore.
I don't wanna
Just go ahead and use it. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just roll. We'll like as soon as he says it, he's like, my apologies. I did not intend it to come off that way.
I love this. It's such a roll.
Imagine, like, you get a phone call from someone and they're just like, yo, man, can you help? And you're like, what would you give? And you're like, I'd hope you just, do it. Like, bitch, you
Still haven't
Altruism?
I understand your reticence to barter, given your feeble means, but you still haven't answered the question. What help do you want from me?
Well, that's a whole other thing.
I was just say yeah.
We were kind of going the like information
Yeah.
angle, just like because he was able to answer kooky questions from us that we otherwise had like no way of knowing. So more on the angle of how we could combat Dragoth.
So I would say like initially like Rome would answer this question. I feel like that's where the things would align with the like what can we offer. So hopefully you guys have something good for that. But he would say it depends on the price. We don't want to put a strain on yourself for nope, hold on, nope.
Rewind.
Hold on. We don't want to burden you for something too small, but from what I understand of your kind, I don't think we're willing to give certain things. Initially, we were looking for perhaps information that could assist us. Perhaps more if we can come to terms. But what is it that you are potentially looking for?
That was quite the rambling sentence. He's gonna. I'm looking for more concise answers, but I would like a place to roost. A place that I could settle into.
Well, have I got a desert planet for you?
I've heard of Athos. The lack of water is somewhat concerning, but I think I could work my way around it. The lack of magic is nice. Plenty of able-bodied thralls. Potential's high. Or we could work out a large body of water on Toro that I would be given dominion.
Assuming you're still saying these things out loud, someone want to tell Theron if there are like normal civilians in Athos, or is it all his undead army?
No, it's regular people there.
No,
Or,
just
like,
the-
if
yeah.
he's saying this all out
Cool.
loud, you would see
Yeah.
Levi be very like,
Yeah.
Cool. I was like, yeah, fuck, take
No.
Athos. If there's not people there, if it's just the thralls I was happy to give you, totally fine.
Oh.
Or, I
I
suppose,
look over to the side and Theron's like, yes. Or Levi's like,
you are all
That was a
quite...
thumbs up to your no, not the.
Yeah,
yeah.
you are all quite capable. So, I would ask, perhaps, a favor in return. One of you could serve me after your trials are done. It wouldn't be, how do you mortals put it, a full-time gig. But there would be times where you would need to speak for me or make transactions on my behalf.
At this point, I'm going to attempt to spore communicate and see if I can have a direct line. Not to interrupt, but I'm hoping that both parties can hear me. Is that the case?
Are you going through Roland's brain to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
Holy shit. Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh my god.
there's a moment of panic in Roland's mind, and then followed by relief. As soon as like, he registers that he hears him.
Roll me an int save if you want to reject an additional connection coming to you, Theron.
Oh, no, I'll welcome it.
Okay. Again, it's
I
not.
imagine it there. It's fine. He has like thralls offered up in the front.
Yeah, the connection comes in, and again, a heavy weight on your mind, to the point where like thinking requires effort. Like there's something in your way almost. But all right, this one has a bit more of an organized mind, I can see. What do you propose?
Well, following the conversation as far as able, I have two things readily available to bargain, though it is measured upon the ability to recompense us for the expense. I would propose that any and all questions that can be answered, that we have, we would receive the information we request. But I am hoping that there is some opportunity for a more material assistance in the fight against Dragoth.
You wish me to get involved in battle? Is that what you're asking?
Possibly. I'm not opposed, assuming that is a deal that can be struck. But if there is a way to lend aid indirectly, if you can channel your power to an individual or provide an avatar, I'm not entirely sure. The capabilities of a vast intellect such as yours is beyond my entire scope of understanding, but I'm sure you have power to spare. It's just a question of how you wish to employ it.
Give me a persuasion check, and I will say that in this mindscape, you get the feeling that combat is beneath him. Like, he might be very good at it, but it's like, Cats feel like peasants.
Yeah,
You know what
my
I mean?
intent
Like,
was to not to ask him to directly step in and fight
Yeah.
anybody, but to
yeah. Even
indirectly offer power.
Okay.
Whether or not
does
that.
he
Oh,
get
to
the,
offer power. Okay.
Does he get the he's cool with us bonus?
Oh my god. I feel like
Yeah,
that
he's
would
with us
go
bonus?
against him. That would be a negative.
Oh shit.
Especially with the way it started.
I want to point out, I rolled a 10 indirectly through things, and I rolled one higher than your crit fail.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you remember, he's the favorite. Yeah.
Fuck out of here. It's two things that I specifically built that way.
I can imbue my power with one of your kind, or your party, as it would be. But of course, they would need to pay that back.
Well, then I propose this. Dragoth commands a sizable host of thralls that we will be disposing of, but you could make use of them. So, in exchange for any and all information to questions asked in this interaction, and additionally offering your power to either one of us or all of us as the capabilities are, I will personally oversee the logistics of transferring those thralls to your own employ, strengthening your own position amongst the other aboleths. I know it is a fractured community, but you can put yourself in a position of dominance. Additionally, you asked for service. Well, I find that after Dragoth's demise, I have open schedule. It would not be indefinite, nor would it be a diminatory exchange. I would retain my intellect and sapience, but I am more than willing to enter your employ.
This is the second job offer he's got.
There's some brooding there, and you feel in your word in your mind the word sapient kind of lingers there, as if that's perhaps a sticking point for him. But a pledge of service. For empowerment. What do you seek? Physical empowerment or of the intellectual variety?
That's a good question.
I was gonna say, I know that look because I do that look like 90% of the time. Like, oh shit.
I go against, we all go against, a formidable lich, dragon, and scion, none of which would be inconsequential on their own, but the trifecta is certainly formidable. Really, as much aid as can be rendered for the price agreed upon. We all need to resist his abilities, that we have some measures in place to reduce them. But if we cannot sufficiently strike back, then it will be for naught. So with the plans already made, I would lean towards a means to eliminate Dragoth more than any sort of defensive measures. You know best whether that power lent from you would be mental or physical, but the aim would be Dragoth's end.
And depending on what work be required afterwards, Theron here is an amazing asset.
Oh, dear God.
I've seen him talk his way out of numerous things.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So, I think the pledge service we can certainly work out. You're a bit of a less of a wild card than the diluted giant is. The speaking of thralls intrigues me. What kind are you on offer?
I don't know how much I know about his forces. I'll import what I've seen of them and anything I already know about them. I'll just freely be like, this. Whatever
whatever gaps.
whatever I've got that I know about him, I'll help him get as many of them thralls as he wants. I need them gone. So getting them to him, great plan. Otherwise,
both of you
I'm
roll
destroyed.
me a history check, please.
We got raided, y'all. Hold on now. I got to go ahead and thank these people who just raided us.
I was looking over there.
Twisted. You was appreciated right now. You're so great.
Because the Dirty Rollers is... Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Check.
You want a history check from Roll'em?
I do,
Okay, here we
please.
go. All right. Yep. Yep. All right, not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Theron, and I think you'd probably finish first. Like, there's a lot of casters in the City of Warlocks, and plenty of aspiring people who, of varying degrees of talent, are there. There's also a decent amount of undead, but there's a very large chunk of living. Roll'em, I would also say that you would know specifically that Abelis prefer their thralls alive. Undead is... It's going to sound horrible, but there's an element of joy they get from domination, and there's nothing there to dominate. So,
Shame
yeah. This is the...
I'm specifically offering the undead.
Yeah. The undead is a no-go, because, again, there's nothing... There's
Fair enough.
It doesn't taste the same. You know what I mean? It's not. It doesn't...
What about the allies of Dragoth that we know about so far? Who's been allied with him that isn't the undead category?
Roll them. I'll take your 15. There was an emissary and or high person in his circle that you guys met.
Talking about fucking Epsom salt?
Yep.
I thought he was at least partially dead. He's like super alive.
Roland would offer that bitch up in a heartbeat.
He's alive enough to be sad.
I thought he'd be super dead.
I thought he'd be super dead too.
Well, the thing
he
is,
does have.
I thought he'd be super dead.
Ephra wasn't able to kill him because they got stranded in the desert, and I think they were rescued by Mothbro.
They were, but like, I mean, I thought Absalon was around for like a shitty amount of years, and
That may have been Dragoth's like booning. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, but I feel like Drago. I don't know. I and Revive
I'm with
do
you.
not know, so I'm gonna stop arguing. This sounds good.
That would, of course, complicate the fight, Roll'em, as you would have to keep him alive if he is present.
Oh, we're offering them both after the fight?
Well, yeah, that's how he's alive at the end.
I thought he was just gonna go and take the bitches right now.
I mean, if he could just take whoever he
I mean,
wanted,
if he can go
we're
kidnap
not-
him,
we're
sure,
not offering
absolutely.
him.
I'm not, if this turns into a kidnapping mission, I'm down. But
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Like, I didn't know.
he's getting groceries and.
I'll tell you this: I'm not on board only because if we have time to kidnap a bitch, we definitely had time to get what we needed for the godbless. So
Yeah.
I'm
No, we do not have side quests.
To be
time
fair,
right now.
we do these sorts of things already. I mean, we hawking happen. So
I mean, that mostly happened because Revia and Katasu were left unattended, and neither of them know how to city or people, and they were like, well, that's an enemy. Kill him.
Yep. My sources are telling me that Dragoth is a king. If you were to remove him, I could install myself and have a city worth of thralls. That is a fair price to me. In fact, if you were to put that on the table, I would waive your service.
we can't even hear this. Shit.
just real quick. What do I know about the people of Athens?
They have a hard life, man. I will say the people in Nuguistanel, I assume you guys talked about it.
They're presumably
people-
just normal people under the
Yeah.
rule of Elistrak.
They're
Hold on,
they're
wait.
better off than most of the planet on the plains because like Dragoth has created a very prosperous city for them. But it's a multiracial city with 3 Kreen and humans and elves and all kinds of races there. It's a functional, like normal city state.
Rolos? I'm
I
pretty sure
remember.
you're aware that
I
if this
remember.
were to
Yep.
happen, you would get Thanos snapped immediately.
Roll wouldn't. Anywho, Roll will kind of like speak up because I feel like he knows Theron well enough to be like, well, actually, yes, go for it, or something. Roll would just be like, I'm afraid that city and that realm is not ours to offer. There's a lot of power involved in that realm, and struggles that are being fought on their own.
What if you just left the door open? That
Listen,
would, of course, require service and the action of me having to do it myself. But if it is a moral quandary for you, you could simply not look.
Who are the Modrons fighting? Are they fighting other robots, or are they fighting like organic beings?
The Modrons are fighting other Modrons. It's a civil war.
I don't imagine you'd be interested in robotic beings by chance. You poisoned him.
Give me an int save, please, as he's trying to search your brain for what you were talking about.
I'm just curious. What are they fighting over?
Wait, is he talking about? You talking about for the Rajat, or are you talking about for the Modrons? Because if it's for the Modrons, he'll give that up freely.
Okay, yeah, sure. We'll fail that. And so I'll put a pin in that real quick.
Yep.
Quinn, Kit, Jesus Christ.
Kit is wondering,
Kit
like,
got it.
what are they fighting over?
Kit, the Modrons are Riggs has accused the Primus of being under the influence of recursion and is systematically corrupting like everyone in his influence, and there is no other way, according to him, to assist with that other than to purge them. So they've been fighting basically like the king, if you will, of Mechanus, with the idea of freeing the realm of recursion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Maybe you should just give me the city of warlocks.
That's already gone.
Anyway, so back to I lost my train of thought. All right, so you got that. You're letting it go. He goes, Modrons. I could just tell them what to do. That just a set of laws, and no, absolutely not. I need sentient, sapient beings that I can, like dough in my tentacles. The tendrils just seep in.
I'm afraid that other than the undead ones that we are able to offer, we have no.
Joe, thank you.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Joe DMing around this. Oh boy.
No, I just he was kidding. The answer to your question is yes. Anywho, but yeah, he'll say, you're asking for a lot and offering not exactly much. I'm willing to help. You have helped me before. It is the reason I did not strike you for your insolence.
Rolla will play the. Hopefully, for his amusement, he'll replay the memory of being smitten, whichever way it is, by Tiamat.
Smoked.
Tiamat? That's impressive. You've earned the hatred of those many times your betters. How have you survived?
That's a question we all ask.
I ain't in this conversation. But
I would trade service from your fellow here if you would be my jester, and I would simply watch your adventures and gain great amusement.
I feel like Roland's okay with it.
Of course he is.
Well, my next steps were going to be to go help the Modrons in their fight. If I can provide entertainment, that is much more preferred than the suffering of others.
I believe with some other things, the pledge of your service as my court jester, in addition to something else, we may have ourselves an accord.
Well, I still think, Theron, you're still good with your services as well?
If it is required of me, then I shall serve.
Theron is cleared. What I need from you is which one of you will be receiving my blessing, and was there I will have information on your target within a day or so. I need to pull upon my sources, but who wants what?
Meta, what are we getting?
He's gonna empower you as, like, either physically, psionically. He has within his wheelhouse of gifts or like talents. He can help you. That's. In our Discord, we have hilarious memes and pictures mid-thing. That's why we all burst out laughing. There's a pimp on a treadmill right now. It's quite glorious.
I will voice out loud, if we haven't already, just to everyone who would accept his boon. I mean, I'll take it, but I'm not going to be like, well, give it to me, though. I don't. As long as somebody gets it, I'm satisfied.
So Euphemie's going to be like, he was talking about prices earlier, right? What's the price for his boon?
Roland's service as entertainment. Via nothing that requires of him other than to be observed. He finds Roland amusing.
And if it helps with icing on the cake, he'll play the memory of like all the shit that went on that I'm hearing a minor echo. But
who's the echo?
I don't know. But the one dude that was laughing at him in Athos, I can't think of his name. He'll replay some of those. It can be quite entertaining.
The Fae dude?
The Archfey?
Yeah, that's who it is.
Oh god. Yes. I see this. Oh, that is alright. Perhaps you should meet him again. That would be nice. I may teleport you to areas that would be of interest to us both. This could be fun.
I just request not to be a part of the bending of wills of others unless we both agree that it's morally right. Please?
I'm sorry, you want
I'm quite entertaining without external influence.
Let's just make sure we're on the same page here. You could barely maintain yourself. I would not put you anywhere where you would manipulate someone else. You would simply exist for my entertainment.
Rollups totally stalling for y'all to figure out who's good, by the way.
Did anybody have a preference on who takes the power up? That was what I was voicing.
Food, why?
It sounds like Rollups just pimping himself out. He's like, you don't need anyone but me, baby. I'll be enough for you. Don't worry, it's okay. You don't need to look nowhere else. You got me. You got me.
No, we're good.
Okay. But that's so. Theron is communicating that they're like gonna sign up for some shit right now, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Is someone communicating it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, There's very clear discomfort on Ravia's end. Oh my god. I think Euphemi asked, right? Like, what would you get in return? And did we get an answer?
Yeah, Euphemi was just like, is he asking all of us?
Yeah, Roland signing up to be TV for this guy.
No, but what would you get in return, essentially?
Each
Like,
individual. Well, it's two parts. Because I think they kind of explained that he would be a court jester. She's just like, is he asking each of us to be a court jester in exchange for his power?
From his statement, he simply wants consented to observe Roland in his day-to-day life.
Okay, you survive that?
please just imagine a world in which someone's so zany enough that some dude's like, just exist. So long as I can watch you, I'll have a good time.
Oh man, I imagine him pulling in his other buddies, whatever few that he has, like the Archfey joining in at some points, and there's just an actual, like, a legitimate laugh track for Roland.
Seriously, for real.
So I believe we have an accord. We just have to decide on the gifts. It doesn't have to be now. I can do my due diligence and see if I can find a method that might be more applicable for your struggle.
It would seem there's no immediate answer forthcoming. So, while you find the intelligence that is the first half of this, we will decide amongst ourselves who will receive that boon and take up less of your valuable time.
Sounds good. We'll be in contact.
This
was delightfully pleasurable. Thank you. I will make for Toril soon. I will let you know when I'm there. And the line cuts out.
Well, that just happened.
You've certainly made some interesting associations in your time.
Yes. Hopefully no big decisions were made.
I offered my service, but in the end he waived it. Seemed satisfied with Roland's offering.
He wanted either a spot in Athos, perhaps Dragoth's former throne once we'd finished with him, or even a plot of water here on Toril. And I'm sure nobody here would have agreed with that. I think I happened to show him my unfortunate interaction with Lord Tiamat, and that appears to have gotten me a foot in the door to a more favorable arrangement.
I suppose an argument could have been made for a deep patch of ocean far enough from anyone's shores that ownership was impossible to prove, but without access to maps and the risk of irritating multiple nations made that feel less desirable. He did not take any interest in the undead thralls.
Yeah. His intent would still be to take innocent beings, and that I don't think we any of it. Well, I don't think we should offer that up.
No, we should not. Maybe we'll have to forego any offer he can grant. Did he mention what he could offer?
He's currently, in exchange for Roland's entertainment value, going to learn more about our enemy and provide information. Other than that, it was a rather non-specific boon. It mentioned boosting one's physical or mental prowess. So it sounds like one person could get the benefits of that.
Helpful, but I don't know if it's worth it. I'm not sure.
It's already on offer, and any tool against Enforcer's Dragoth, I say, is one worth reaching for, but I wouldn't force anyone to accept that gift.
Yeah. I think she's trying to watch Roland for any reaction as this is happening.
Roll me an insight.
Oh god, yeah. All right, hold on. Ha-cha, cha-cha.
As far as like him offering himself up or whatever. Or...
Just nice middling numbers here for you.
What were you looking for specifically? So,
I think she's genuinely worried that he is considering yet another pact of some kind, and is just trying to see if, because like Theron, I think she. Sorry.
No, good.
She's just looking to see if for what she knows Roland to do, if it seems like he's leaning in that direction.
Listen, I'm not. I think he'll clock you like trying to. And he'll be like, I'm not sure the full consequences, but what it sounds like now, it sounds like...
Reading into what he's asking of Roland, does it sound like anything more than just watching him? Like, I'm just digging into what Roland offered. Is there any, like, hidden layer, aboleth, steel trap?
He might, like, tear through his mind to find, like, not tear, but, like, excise hilarious elements of his adventures maybe to get started, and he did mention teleporting him in certain areas, so he may be a catalyst for certain situations, or something to that effect, but yeah, he would see him just as a piece of entertainment. There's not anything really sinister going on with that other than using someone for entertainment specifically.
Sure. From what I gathered of Roland's offering, there was no inherent servitude. They will not be compelled to act on the aboleth's behalf. There's the potential that he might have free access to your more entertaining memories.
Just imagine like a really rich sugar daddy who, instead of wants to sleep with you, wants to laugh at you, and you'll sometimes get pulled on like
that's
a yacht
not
or
helping.
something
That's
else.
not helping.
That's worse. That's
He finally got the Flandy twerk. Just on command. When an aboleth says twerk, you I don't know. Have a how high equivalent.
So Roland will kind of like follow it up with it. It seems genuine. I don't think by any means it'll be sunshines and rainbows for me, but I think that was the best offer that we could have potentially even fathomed without having to deal with slavery or enthrallment that it would potentially want. We aren't trading other lives. I'm the sole subject of this deal, I reckon.
Revaya doesn't know much about your backstory all that much, right?
I don't think anybody does, really.
No, I don't think so either. What she would, her main concern, regardless of how many details she knows, is she'll just kind of speak up. You are also agreeing to have your mind open to something, which means everything you know is forfeit. And I don't mean that in the sense of you hold the secrets to things, but just the idea that if there's anything dear to you, personal, intimate, or otherwise, not to say the antecedent, I got so used to saying that after someone said that as a joke, and now it's stuck in my head like that. Antecedent would necessarily act on that, but
what I care about most and love most, I've already forfeit. I don't think I'll ever go home. So the rewards far outweigh my own personal desires and needs. I don't think there's anything in this old bucket it's gonna put anything at danger.
Roll deception or persuasion.
Just makes faces.
Ravaya, if you want to do another insight roll after that particular thing, you're welcome to.
I have no chance in fucking
got a
hell
natural
using his
20.
bonuses to anything, but I will try.
He might have crit failed again.
My deception
probably
is
won't.
not as high as my persuasion, and we don't know what I'm rolling.
Well, I assume the one that's got a higher number next to it. But
Well, fine. I'm
No,
gonna
no, I'm
whisper
doing-
to GM my roll too. Screw
Yeah.
you.
secrets.
Not
I
gonna
got a
tell you.
Well, that's the
secret.
whole point of doing the deception persuasion, so you don't know which one it is.
You're a
Tell me
modern
either way.
man.
Yeah,
kidding.
he seems genuine about not losing much. Like what he seems to be at least standing behind his words in terms of his approach to this deal.
Which I feel like is not convincing to Ravaya because it's just like that's what he thinks, and he is not reliable. But she won't say anything. She'll just.
I think that's probably like
Oh.
that's the nail on the head right there, right? Like to him, that's how he like. You probably are well within your rights to think that way.
God, when one of your closest friends and allies before a Lich Dragon fight, and your first thought is he's not reliable. You got to question some choices you made along the way.
Listen. She tried to vote him at the team early on, all right, and then she got outvoted, and he's still here.
I get it. Sometimes you get outvoted.
Exactly. That's why she ain't saying nothing right now. She's just staring. I know what my opinion. No. But she is just settling a long look on you, and is just gonna let it sit, I guess. But then mention it's your decision in the end, but we have to hope that whatever he has to offer is worth whatever decision you make.
I agree. I didn't want to be the one to reach out to him. Here we are.
Neither did I. But considering what he's interested in, I think she like looks over the rest. Not sure much of us have anything else that he might be interested in.
I mean, personally, I was fine accepting the charge to do some work for him after this is all over. And if you'd come to regret your choice, I could still make that offer in exchange for releasing you from yours.
I appreciate that.
Did he say what he was gonna have you do?
No, that was left rather open. But
That's-
one condition I made, if I would enter his service, it would not be as a thrall, and it would not be indefinite. So if he asked me to do something, I would do it with the interest of the people of Faerun at heart. At the moment, I am not indebted to him for servitude at all, so it's mostly a chance, if you wish to retain your privacy, Roland. And while I don't think you care if this being finds you laughable in any way, that it could be that you would prefer to preserve some of your more private moments. The offer is there if you would like me to make it.
Indeed.
Yes.
I know I'm not part of the gelatinis. Is there a way we can make a little sludge somewhere where I can put some of my memories and remove them from me?
Do you have a wedding ring on you? Because generally speaking, the only other way would be to marry in. You're also.
Listen, she's been saying you've been gay for D'Artagnan this whole time. So if you could just get married,
also
set.
Not a changeling, so I'm not gonna say no, but it may require.
All right. Clearly, the Jello was a placeholder.
I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out how your kind would react to the Shoth. It's easy for changelings because obviously we're malleable, but
I mean, how committed are you to this change? Because if we just keep killing you and doing the resurrection where you'd roll a die until we get the right result,
God.
it's not gonna be fun.
Something will work out eventually.
So, yeah, I'll do some research. How much of a priority do you want this, though? Is it immediate?
No.
I could, if you want. Also, are you okay? Like, there's like a genuine like flash of concern, like that stern kind of overseeing. You see a more like matronly element to her.
This is fully in confidence, by the way. Like, this isn't
Yeah,
like
yeah, they can't
projected
hear.
out by any means. But yeah, he's just like, were you privy to the conversation we just had?
No, whatever that thing was is extremely strong-willed. I imagine I could have cast a spell to interrupt it, but
Oh, that would not have.
I didn't think that would have worked out well for you.
Cast exposition.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't going well, is it? Without marrying into my family, that would be difficult. That being said, you could. I'll look into it for you. I promise you that.
I don't mind doing this by any means, but the way Revi reacted makes me think maybe I do have some memories that I need to get rid of before this happens.
I can cast Modify Memory on you.
Would something that powerful not? But would that work?
I might have to alter it, maybe. Make it permanent. But then you would lose it forever.
Do you think we need its help?
Look, that thing was damn near mindless when you fought it. And it didn't look like it was going well. You're going to fight it in its stronghold with whatever allies it has left.
I think you're making my point for me.
I don't know is the truth. But I don't know if if you're selling yourself body and soul before you even get there, is it worth the fight?
I say it is, considering.
Two of you already pledged after your death should you fall.
What?
It took a second. I was like, who? Oh, yeah, no.
Do you not remember Baphomet?
Oh, okay. It didn't register because my brain didn't take it that way. But yes, carry on. Yes, yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned about, like, I understand it becomes the ends justify the means with stakes this high, but it's not necessarily always true.
I'll let you cut that other people because I've done a lot.
Okay. Quinn! As your teammates bargain for their souls and assistance, what are you up to?
He has been speaking with the spider, trying to get more spider lore out of it.
Okay. I'm not going to have you roll anything because it sees you as an honored member of your society. So I would say you'd probably get like a family history, like where he came from, that, you know, how he was founded, his relationship with the priestess, like all that stuff is essentially getting laid upon you in terms of that. He seems very much, I would say, bound, but by like duty more than anything. It was initially a willing kind of situation, but after seeing your people's reverence for his kind and what you guys stand for, it became something that was a point of pride for him to maintain. So it is definitely like a willful, like, I see this as one of the best work I've done in my life. What I do betters, you know, the people I care about and my own kind of situation. So yeah, you get that out of him. Was there anything specific?
Not really. Just sitting on the ground, like hearing stories from Grandpa or something here.
Okay, yeah. So it's just kind of like yeah. I mean, if you want, he can give you stories about, you know, spinning his first web, doing his first jump, like that kind of things. Stuff you may have gotten used to, you know, some hilarious stories in training which may have not have gone the way he wanted to. Things like that. But yeah.
He also asked if he knows how many more reinforcements his lady intends to bring in.
Roll me 2d6 plus 1.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Oh my, nice.
It appears your lady has, including him, designated a dozen.
Okay.
A veritable squadron of teleporting spiders
That's amazing.
that are going to be airdropped by Gold Dragon.
Or clicks,
And
depending on who we get.
And they're going to have web between their legs so they can just glide.
Could be a whole bunch of gold dragons if we find enough wizards to cast true polymorph. They
Oh,
don't
here
even
we
have to
go.
stick around. It's concentration for an hour. There's no range on it, so once they cast it, we fuck off.
Joe,
They're safe over here.
Are they also your divination wizards?
No. I don't need divination wizards. I just need true polymorph. Alternatively, I don't know how good people's magical items are, and they get absorbed. So if you want to keep your shit, you just set it down, true polymorph yourself, or get true polymorphed into a death slot, who can then shape change back into yourself while keeping death slot stats, and then pick your shit back up.
I feel like if we ever got just Joe and Nenners to like fucking hypothesize some nonsense, they would roll in with like 13 different like
Look, I like
strapped
Marshall,
together artificer crazy shit.
but if you give me a high level spellcaster, I'll work it.
What do you mean give you? You're the one who chooses. Anyway,
I do want to say it is quite late, so I'm gonna stop
yeah.
it here because I think it's a good spot. I would say just if you could make notes of what you guys want to do, because it's gonna be a whole ass month before we're back here. So just and for Legacy, not for Foozca channel, we'll be doing some cool stuff, I'm sure. But yeah, just write down whatever you that you have set aside for what we're doing, and then B, anything that you want to like pick on or see through going forward, and that way we can proceed from there. But
okay, Operation Save Cecilia with a ninja spider thing. Okay.
it's solid. It's a solid plan.
Let's
I mean, just based on the way that Flandy named it, I want to do it.
Hop in the web. Let's go.
It's Operation Kill Dragoff. If we can save some people that are trapped up there, great. But that they're saving that person doesn't save everybody. So.
I mean, imagine you're just chilling in a cell, and then out of nowhere, portal opens, something drags you out.
I know, and the best part is it's a holy spider. So get in the portal, fellow holy one.
I especially love that they're like flowery spiders, right? So it's like it's not even some like crazy ass like scary looking spider. I mean, it's a little scary for sure. The spider's
got a skull on it.
It's got a skull in its butt.
It's got like you gotta.
I requested that specifically.
It's so cute. It is so cute. I love that so much. All right. So that came up quickly. So Foos is scrambling to find someone to raid, but give me a moment.
Plus one shot is rating. We haven't rating. They're streaming. We haven't rated them in a while.
Yeah. It has been. It has been a.
Why that stupid dog, by the way? Because nobody posted any pictures for a while, and every time I
same shit to me.
That's incredible. When I first saw that, I just caught the end, so I saw the dog wink. I was like, "What is this in reference to?" And then I moved on. I had to scroll back because you said, "I was like, what are you talking about?" There it is. He's dancing.
Oh my god! When are we gonna get representation for Roland?
I mean, I'm right here. Plus, he's got a massive persuasion bonus. He shouldn't need it.
He does,
Shouldn't.
yeah. That's
but he absolutely does.
I guess you need it for the
right.
content.
Yeah, I find that bonus absurd, Nenners. What happened there?
Anyway, we are going to go
Just
raid plus one
expertise,
shot,
I
as Flandy has mentioned. So thank you for bringing that up, because that's a good point. We haven't raided them in a hot minute. So let's go say hi to them. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We should be back with difficult terrain tomorrow. We will see what happens. Yeah, have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out with us. And Nenners, thank you for being awesome.
It was fun. I'm definitely enjoying it.
Thank you for being awesome, but also stop putting my son as your background. It confuses me. Bye.
You can't make me Foos.